Sometimes you gotta go full Elvis, Kilroy. Sometimes you just gotta go full Elvis. And sometimes you gotta turn your cell phone down. Heck yeah. Well, the school year is starting soon, so I figured I might as well do one Saturday night while I still can. Because responsibility is calling and the school year is calling. So I'm going to stick to Monday and Wednesday, but I figured I would do a rando live stream tonight. Oh, whoops. Wrong camera. Hi. Turn my volume up. Awesome. How's everybody doing? If you're watching this in the future, how's it going? How's it going? Tonight, first off, I want to say hello. Kilroy. Sometimes you have to go full Elvis. Sometimes. One of these days you'll finally remember to turn that It's too much pre-gaming in here. It's too much pre-gaming. How's it going? How's it going? I know it's early. Well, it's like 7 o'clock. But I'm gonna make this. Do you know what's funny? I have all my lights on and my lighting got worse. Lighting is funny that way. But do you know what makes me laugh? Yes, every pattern I have has a person that looks like me on it, and I don't know why, and I don't even do it on purpose. But that's just the way it is. But I have my shapes cut and everything, and I also I have a vest and it's kind of grown on me. I've thrown a bunch of patches on it, but I have a question for everyone who's early. I have a question. Now, it's no secret that I buy patches in bulk. Okay, so don't jump when you see this. But is this racist? No one has answered me yet. My my ex-wife walked in here and was like, "Are you crazy?" But I power order patches at 3 o'clock in the morning. And the funny thing is, I'm one of those people where I take hate symbols and I turn them around and I turn them into something that's almost laughable, you know. But I really don't know. Maybe that's just one of the maybe people are just being sensitive, or maybe it means something that I don't know what it means. So I'm gonna start clearing my desk. How's everybody doing? It's been a crazy, crazy week. But back to school is always kind of a crazy time because, trying to get the kid back on the schedule, trying to get everybody else back on the schedule. I've been living like a pirate this summer. Like, I truly have lived like a pirate. We stayed up every night, had swashbuckling adventures, and now school starts. Literally on Monday, school starts. Let me go grab my vest. And I have another vest that is kind of ratty that needs to be finished, but I don't know if I'll get to it tonight because I have so much stuff. So we'll see what happens. I'll start clearing my desk. I'll find my disclaimer. I didn't want to go up against anybody on YouTube, but quite honestly, there are so many people streaming at the same time. You're gonna bump up against somebody, and I'm canceled anyways. So, so let's go sewing. Where is my vest? I have real life sewing ADD. I do. I do. I'm always making something. Hey, native, how's it going? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Oh, that just stabbed me. How's it going, native atheist? So I made this a while ago, and I wanted it to be just like a normal vest. But if you look very closely, I cut this so uneven. I need to stop I need to, keep measuring at 3 o'clock in the morning. So that's like the last thing that I'm going to try to get to. But I edged this vest. This is one of my old writing vests. And I decided to completely edge the side of it. So I will be sewing on that this evening. And I'm going to make a tunic. Why not? Why not? I've always kind of liked the African style, the Saudi Arabian style of dressing. So let's try it out. I think so, trees. I think so. I think so. The thing is, like, I could easily slam an X through it. I could easily like do a bunch of stuff on it. That's the funny thing about sewing. I could throw a giant X through that and completely change it, But this is what happens when you order stuff at 3:30. I was power ordering patches, and I got a bunch of really cool ones. I got that California patch, all kinds of really cool ones. But then I saw that America one, and I was like, you know what? I have every other patch on earth. And that's the problem of living in a place, a non-affiliated place. We really don't have hangups like that where I live. I seriously could wear that, and most people around here wouldn't even know the implications behind it. Just a reminder, I am actually going to make this tunic in a second. For anyone who's new, I do a bit of rambling before I get to my sewing. It's I have perfected the art of procrastination. It's a hobby of mine. It's something that I do. I like angrily jotted down notes last night, so we might not be reading those. Oh. But it definitely does seem that the America with the K would start a bunch of fights. And honestly, with the way that things are around here, like things are pretty tense. And I'm not saying like for the average citizen, I'm just saying for walking around with patches on. Having something that's going to get you questioned isn't necessarily something that you want if you're not ready for it. All right. I knew that that one wouldn't go over well. I put it in a group and no one answered. They're like, "Oh, sewing has finally lost it. Finally lost what's left of his brain." Ugh. I get it. I like to take hate-filled symbolism and flip it upside down. I'm just one of those weird people. But let's go sewing. That's the one problem about having my Golden Girls chair is that it's not like my office chair. So I have to physically get up to move this thing every single time. Oh. All right. So is there anything crazy going on? I tried to mind my own business. But as far as that goes, today's National Mustard Day. I know I'm one of those crazy people where I eat a pretzel with mustard. I know it's sacrilege in certain places, but I absolutely obsess over that. Blogger Day? Today is Blogger Day. Can I ask you a serious question? What is a blogger? what constitutes what makes someone a blogger? Is it do they obsessively blog their life? Like, I just don't get it. All right. So I'm gonna be using McCall's pattern. Oh, I just put it away. Where did it go? So I'm gonna be using McCall's pattern L9644. I'm actually really stoked. I'm completely stoked to be making this tunic. It's it's really funny. After 2 years of making codes, it's time. What's up, guys? Everyone, welcome back to. Hey, what's up, Trusty? Hey, man. You're an awesome guy. Everybody, go subscribe to the Trusty podcast experience. I love Kevin. He's a good guy. He's been streaming as long as I have, and he's endured. He has endured, and that's what's important on YouTube. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. And Kilroy, if you're still there, I'm actually drinking black coffee this evening. Oh, I'm going full Popeye. Oh, or I should say full Elvis. Oh, man. All right. Today in 1914, the first traffic light was installed in Cleveland, Ohio. And today in 1926, Harry Houdini did the biggest feat and spent 91 minutes sealed in a tank. Whoa. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. What's that crazy movie about is it called The Magician? Where I don't want to give it away, but they get duplicated over and over. Like, I couldn't sleep for a week the first time I watched that movie. Nice to see you drinking real. Well, I figured if I'm going full Elvis, I needed some truck driver coffee. I'm driving from here to Seattle tonight, and we're just getting started. I thought I had the chat open. It's the only way. It's funny how my phone is faster than YouTube. Mind freak. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you, I've actually been to Vegas. Chris Angel makes you sign waivers saying if you see anything, you can't tell anybody. And did David Copperfield make people sign waivers? And today in 1930, Neil Armstrong was born. I watched a video, I believe it was Buzz Aldrin, where some guy was like saying you didn't land on the moon or something, and he punched him. It made me laugh, and he was like deep into his 80s. All right, I'm gonna grab the arms and start sewing the arms. Hope I have enough thread in the bobbin still. Always have my backup bobbin ready to go. So I decided to I always use scraps and leftovers, but my peacock fabric has been sitting here forever. And I had all these crazy ideas. I was going to make peacock wings. I've been talked out of jumping out of a plane, but I'm going to tell you the truth. If you there's an airstrip in TJ that will literally let you bring your own equipment. That's what the guy told me. So I still may jump out of a plane one day. But I'm not hurting that much for views. So like I said, sometimes I pin, sometimes I don't. I'm not necessarily a pinner. I know it causes fights and it's a bit of a controversy after a while, but I'm not necessarily one of those people who pin. It just depends on the situation. These arms are semi-short because the tunic, I believe, goes to here, but I made the extra, extra, extra large. So I have a feeling this thing's gonna be like a dress on me. But let's see. All right. Beautiful. Of course. Oh, they're right here. I was about to say I forgot my scissors, but I have strategically placed scissors all around this room so I will not lose them or forget them. Because I do lose my scissors on cue almost every time. Hey, Mark, how's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm making a tunic this evening. It's called an African tunic, but quite honestly, it's pretty universal. Friends don't let friend roll penners. Do you know what's really funny? The second I said penner, that's what I thought of. Good to see you, Skids. How's it going? How's it going? Yay. I love your new avatar. That's awesome. But trees, that's why I hit the old man because you can literally like pack like an eighth in these things and go on about your jolly day. I've had so much to do today. I didn't have time to roll my usual. So the arms were cut crazy on this pattern, and I can see where I really. It's funny when you get a new pattern. I can already see a few mistakes I made, and that's okay because, like a DJ, you can always fix it in the mix. Beautiful, beautiful. Yay. Hey, kids. Do you know there's a saying that I picked up in woodworking that I live by? It's if you can't fight it, feature it. Sometimes there'll be something stubborn or something like I will learn the camera one day. I completely miscut this. If you can see where the fabric is coming over, but that's okay because when I flop it over, you would never even know. And I just said flop it over on YouTube. That's okay. It's that kind of night. Oh, all right. So for this part of the tunic, it's dawning on me. I'm going to have to pin it. Absolutely. And I have a ton of stuff to sew. No worries, Mark. No worries at all. We'll be here. I'll be here. There we go. There we go. Between the weather, fires, and all kinds of crazy stuff, my internet's been going out as well. And this morning I woke up and I smelled fire. I smelled it. It was not campfire. It was definitely someone's house had burnt or something. I had a friend that had let me move that has a floppy dong tattooed on his knuckle. Oh, I can think of 15 different nicknames for that. We're going for 12 hours. Well, I am alone this evening and not under I'm not under adult supervision because young Mr. Sewing is with his mother right now. And so I am left to my own crazy devices this evening. All right. It just dawned on me that I'm going to have to put the tunic on both sides and measure it because there's an open side to the tunic in the first place. All right. As a parent, It's funny when on the weekends when you're alone and there's no one to yell at or to nitpick. It's a strange, strange thing. Oh, all right. And yes, I used my oh, that looks cool on the screen. I used my Galaxy print for the inside of this because it's time for me. I just needed an excuse to go crazy at the fabric store again. So I'm using all the fabric I have in this room. I don't know if it counts as a I don't know if it counts as a no buy, but I've gone almost like 2 or 3 weeks without buying fabric, I think. The health nut is out of the house. Order 30 pounds of McDonald's. And okay. So there was one time, I don't know what I was thinking. They had this weird sale of chicken nuggets. It was like 10 for $3. I was like, I want 40. I still to this day regret that. I don't I don't know what I was thinking that day. I could smell the honey mustard still. And that was recently. That was like within the past like 2 or 3 years I did that. I do have a bunch of unhealthy decisions in the fridge. But it's been like it's been strangely cold and then hot again. So I've been drinking a lot of water. Because yeah, around here you have to, or you will pass out. Ironically, Killer, I tried to eat them all in one sitting and I almost made myself sick. That was one of those military grade edible nights where I don't know what I was thinking. And you know what's funny? I won edibles at my local dispensary, and I recently was like, "Nah, man, I can't do this again. Sorry." Oh. At my local dispensary, if you spin over a certain amount, they give you, they let you spin this wheel, and it's the wheel of debauchery. Let me tell you. Okay, so now is the time for some measuring. Once I get this pinned, I want to see how far down I want this to go because I want the tunic to be open, and I'm realizing that the chat is in the way of what I'm trying to do. All right. You know, recently, it's dawned on me that like there's so much strife and hatred on YouTube. There's so many people sniping at each other and going back and forth. I would rather make something. I would rather show you what I do on a Saturday night because this is literally what I would be doing without the music. Usually there would be like something with Gilbert and Sullivan. I usually start off with Gilbert and Sullivan, and then it goes to speed metal and then gangster rap. All right, let's see. This might be actually a bit of an easy project. I say that now. Talk to me an hour from now when I'm still working on it. And that's the arrogant thing when you get better at sewing. You're like, oh, that this is only going to take an hour. Literally 3 hours later, you're on Gilligan's Island. Right. No, I have been weirdly watching a lot of wrestling stuff lately, Gilroy, and I now have the Hulk Hogan theme song stuck in my head. Oh man, I cannot stop stabbing myself. Okay, so we've got the tunic. Oh, this is going to be humongous. I'm going to be swimming in this. It's longer than my shorts, so note to future self. Making the triple extra large was not necessarily the best idea. All right. Let me go get my measuring. I don't even know what you'd call this. I wouldn't call it my measuring stick, but I love this thing. Okay. 14. Do you know, the other day I posted a video on my last live stream of someone getting pulled out of the metro, all this dramatic stuff on. I haven't seen anything on the news about it at all. LA is so crazy that they could literally shut both sides of the street down, be pulling people out of the train, helicopters and everything, and it doesn't make the news. I'm a real American, fight for the rights of if you know, I used to always jokingly say if they allowed whiskey and if they allowed me to have whiskey and that theme song in the UFC, I would be champion. So I'm thinking for the tunic, I might as well completely edge the sides. Let's see if that works. Yeah, that'll leave room. This thing is going to be a dress with sleeves. Awesome. All right. It's like that with machining. Every hour job is 1 hour broken tap away from a 3 hour ordeal. Do you know, I think about this all the time. I attribute sewing to painting. I spent more time prepping than I'm gonna do sewing. And it's the same thing when I did professional painting. I would spend days tarping, days taping and tarping, making sure I wouldn't get one drop on the carpet. And then I would take, like, 3 or 4 hours with my paint gun and be done. I mean, I was watching some LA cops chase, and CHP let a guy who was consistently doing 120 driving for. So, Kilroy, one of the reasons they do that is because they were brutal and they got famous for hurting people. And there was every old school freeway chase ended in a crash. So the cops have all different kinds of procedure now. And I live like on the outskirts of LA, so it makes me laugh when I watch it on TV. I can almost time it. You'll look up in the sky and you'll see 15 helicopters because it's like three LAPD choppers, the sheriff chopper, and then all the news agencies. It's big business here. I didn't realize it until I lived in Arizona and they were showing excuse me, they were showing high-speed chases from here in Arizona. And I was like, oh, that's serious. It's serious. Someone I knew who was from Maine looked at me one day and she's like, how do you feel being from a place where there's a bunch of songs written about it? And I didn't even think about it. It wasn't even anything that was ever on my radar. Whoa. I was meaning to click on that a while ago. Excuse me. And yes, my I keep on forgetting that my mic stand has ED, and I forget about it up until every live stream. StreamYards is like one step slow. I also laughed at when they called the police spotlight. Hey, they just called it a spotlight. You guys call it a night sun. Oh, they don't. Okay. So in where I live, everything has an extra label. Everything. And I dare you to find something that doesn't. Or some weird double meaning or something. But doesn't the night sun sound dramatic? which literally we now have flashlights that can duplicate that same technology. But these are also the same people that it is ultra illegal to shine one of those little spotlights into the cockpit of a helicopter because it will damage the helicopter. And it always made me laugh how 99-cent store technology can take down an LAPD helicopter. It's crazy. I wonder if I'd get in trouble for streaming I have so many questions. Like, would I get in trouble if I streamed a high-speed chase? Because they happen all the time here. There has to be some weird copyright about it because there's a helicopter pilot who I follow and she goes live every time there's a chase. The ghetto bird does have bright eyes, and here they just do not show up with one. Which was funny because people always talk about defunding the police. We did, and the sheriffs purchased 5 brand new helicopters, and they fly them over my neighborhood like every. They do maneuvers like every 2 weeks. I'm like, come on, it's a spotlight. We don't need to make it sexy. Well, this is also the same place where Britney Spears is on the news. Still, currently. Or like Cardi B, or like I'll be watching the news and they showed what Cardi B did in Vegas, and I'm like, does this really warrant news? Is this news? And I didn't even realize that until I moved to Arizona, and then I moved to Oregon years later, and they do not talk about famous people on the news at all. It's just here. You know, it's really funny. I kind of miss the Oregon news because it was clear cut and dry. And I'm not saying that like, oh, you need entertainers, but they let you know what was going on and that's it. And they would tell you like, hey, it's in this neighborhood, this neighborhood. In Los Angeles, the news is really deceptive. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm not paying attention. That's bumble bunching right there because I didn't have my machine properly threaded. Because I'm rambling about high-speed chases. Oh, man. But bumble bunching is real. That's okay. I'm just going to pull the whole thing and start over. But yeah, high-speed chases are big business here in Los Angeles. It's kind of disturbing because they make money off of the insanity that happens in my town. But you know, let's replace the bobbin while I'm adjusting everything. Hey, Commander.
How you doing? How's my audio sound?
You sound. Let me turn mine up a little bit.
Is it a little too low?
You sound a little bit deeper. Just like one. You just sound a little bit deeper than normal. I have a weird ear. I'm really good at like picking out voices on like anime. Anyone who's ever seen Princess Mononoke, the American version, it has a ton of famous people. How are you doing today?
All right. I'm actually using a different VST. I'm using the something Excite, and I'm using a different compressor setting.
Awesome. Awesome. I think it just takes a while to adjust, that's all. As far as my ears.
Well, probably one of the things is it's always like shrieking.
Me too. Me too. I have a that's why I try to talk lower even though I'm an extremely loud human because I didn't realize how good my microphone was until I went back and started watching the streams. And I'm like, oops. I was driving on the highway one night and there was There was no other lights around, and all of a sudden, a helicopter turned on their giant spotlight right through my back window, and I was completely blinded. Heck yeah. It's unreal. It's unreal when you are completely surrounded by light like that. That's actually happened to me a couple times, but they were just looking for someone that wasn't me. Awesome. If I ever moved to LA, I honestly think I just sit in that house and watch the local news all the time. Sounds like some high quality entertainment. It is, especially the ones that are honest. It is. Does your
Probably the craziness of it all makes everyone just like, why should I live my own life when this is absolutely batshit?
but also it like you got to be careful though because that also is like watching the news too much is slowly making me agoraphobic. Is that the one when you hide in the house?
Yeah, agoraphobic is when you're afraid of wide open spaces.
I had a cousin.
Contentiophobia is when you're afraid of everything. Just watch the Peanuts and you'll find out. Because of Lucy and her illegal psychology practice.
Trouble finds me, so I just tend to hang out at my house, and so it's safer. But I'll tell you, like, I live in the suburbs, okay? People still walk around. People are still walking their dogs. I still have white picket fences. When I go to the grocery store, the only thing I'm really in fear of is getting in a half an hour conversation with my neighbor. So I where I still live, like I still live in a safe part of Los Angeles, but people do come here to steal our Cadillac converters. So where you live, Commander, does your news talk about famous people?
I
You there, Commander?
Yeah, I just had to like tend to someone
Oh, no
here.
worries,
I'm
no worries.
still in the
Sorry.
hotel. I'm probably gonna rent the hotel for another night and then head back to New York Monday.
Awesome. So is your news filled with like famous people or is it like real news?
I don't watch the news because I the news is like it's just one big soap opera and very rarely do they cover something which isn't politics. So I already know the players, I know the script, and it's depressing. I don't drink, but it makes me want to, and that's the way sadly the world is.
I agree with you. About 6 months ago, I subscribed to a local news station, and other news stations will pop up, but I feel like I need to know certain things. But there's a lot of stuff where I'm like, oh man, I don't miss not watching. I hadn't watched my local news since the plague. Because of how oh man, what happened here? I haven't watched my local news since the beginning of the plague. Our local news is like a car crashed here, the water mains are out here, here's some local person doing something cool. Our local news, I will give them this. They mix in positive stories because there's so much mayhem going on.
Just
So the
as long as it's not Sinclair Broadcasting.
We have Time Warner. They own everybody. I turn my foot over sometimes to make sure it's not made by Time Warner on the bottom of my foot. Or I'm sorry, Spectrum, but it's quite literally all the same company.
No, I mean, Sinclair Broadcasting is basically bringing the propaganda equivalent of Fox to your local news.
Yikes! Do you know I made the mistake one time of I'm subscribed to Sky News in the UK. I used to always jokingly say I have a crush on a newscaster named Kay Burley. I still kind of do. Um, I subscribed to Sky News Australia. Holy cow, it was Fox. And that's just, and I'm not, it's just not my thing. It caught me off guard. It was the Australian Fox News. I was really shocked. All right. So I'm gonna, so from this side, and then see how this thing fits without the arms on, even though I think I should attach the arms. Yeah, I think I'm gonna attach the arms. I guess it depends on where you live, though. Our local, okay. My old truck doesn't have a catalytic converter, so I don't need to worry about thieves stealing it. Fox the News for Mary Cousin. I'd really never heard about Sinclair. I kind of think that they're all owned by the same company because, like, I had beef with Spectrum. I'm a real life Karen. I called the company. I got an actual representative, and they were from Time Warner. They were not from Spectrum, but they fixed my problem. And they were also on the East Coast.
And AOL Time Warner, obviously, it used to be owned by it has some connection to AOL.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere in the past, I stopped tracking what the corporations were doing like that.
Mark, I had to stop watching it because it was bad for my blood pressure. There was just certain things that were said, and I like, as a grown adult, you don't scoff, and I would openly be like, oh, like scoffing, like, "Are you kidding me?" But it's one of those things. I subscribed to GBN just to see, um, how it was, and it was just as scary as I thought it was. That's Great Britain news. That's their new Fox News. I kept on getting calls from a scammer pretending to be from Comcast. Meanwhile, I've never given Comcast even 1/10 of a cent. Do you know? Do you know the creepy phone calls I get? I get calls in English and Spanish saying we're holding so and so in hostage or blah 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 blah. There was one time they called me. They had my cousin's information and everything. I called my cousin, and he was like, "I'm at home." I said, "Okay," and I literally was like, "Keep them," and I hung up the phone. I get a lot of scammer calls. Commander, do you get any scammer calls?
Oh, all the time. I have a policy whereby which if someone has something important enough to say, they will leave a message if I don't recognize the phone number. If you don't leave a message because I don't recognize your phone number, then I never get your call.
That's a smart policy. That's a smart policy. There was one scammer that I don't know how they did it. Their phone number was literally 2 numbers off from my kid's school. So every time they called, I felt like I had to pick up. I didn't watch TV throughout my entire 20s, and I missed that. For almost a decade, I did not watch television at all. So from like 1999 until 2009, I really did not watch television. Thankfully, almost no one in Australia watches Sky. I've always wondered about that because when Australians are interviewed, they do not reflect the same values of what I see on Sky News. You know what? I because I love opposing views. I like watching this. It's pure propaganda. I feel sorry for people who are susceptible to it though. That's my beef. Like I can't believe that people actually sponsor this stuff. I haven't watched regular TV in 15 years. That was the best 10 years of my life, honestly. And I read almost the entire Star Wars legacy and quite a few Star Trek books. I haven't had a TV, but I just have it hooked up to a tiny computer. So that's how I watch old movies and old British shows. Awesome. I kind of do the same thing. I love not having what people are talking about when it comes to modern TV and movies, to not knowing. Do you know what's really funny? Um, there'll be a show or something, or someone like, "Oh, didn't you hear this song?" I didn't hear it because I was feral from the time I was like 20 until I met my ex-wife. Have you ever gone through a long period of time of not being connected to the system, Commander?
Not being connected? No. Not paying attention? Yes. And you can tell I'm trying to dial in my audio and find out what it sounds like through the internet. It's actually different. Is
I
it
bet.
any less harsh?
Oh, you sound great. You sound absolutely great. This is one of my biggest pet peeves with the internet world is that, well, not the internet world, just people in the real world. And I shouldn't blame the internet, but people no longer want to sit down and have meaningful conversations. Like even it makes me laugh like when I go out to eat with my son and my mom, like because we've all been around each other, no one's reaching for their phone. My son doesn't bring his tablet or anything like that. We actually hang out and enjoy each other's company. I get scam calls all the time. I play games with them and waste as much time as possible, so it's time they don't have to scam others. Do you know what's really funny? I I did too. When I did too. I play with them as well. It's been a while. I used to have a landline, and those were the only people who would call me. Where people were scammers. That's why I had to get rid of my landline. Most people have turned into those sweaty nerds who couldn't shut up about TV shows or movies. Recently, I found that out about Star Trek. They had a musical, and people were literally like needing to go to the hospital and like having meltdowns on Twitter. And I have to stop myself from being like, guys, like this is a television show. Stop vicariously living through Star Trek because it will hurt your feelings if they're mad because Star Trek has gone in a different direction, you know, and that's okay because they need to refresh the show because it's been going on, you know, forever. And it just shocks me how people were literally like having meltdowns on Twitter over Star Trek. I couldn't believe it. Going to the hospital over, I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. And being like burning uniforms, throwing them in the trash. They treated this like they treated Colin Kaepernick. Come on, Trekkies. We are in a golden era of Star Trek. We have multiple shows. We're going to get new shows. Come on, my fellow Trekkies.
Do, 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 do. Do, do, do.
When I got online, I was almost insulted when people would talk trash about Trekkies, and now I know why they did. And now I know why everything was said about Trekkies in the first place. And yes, we do fit that stereotype. Are you fanatical about anything like that, Commander?
Well, let's just say I haven't seen a Star Trek movie since they imploded Vulcan. And I was really, really, really upset when they killed off Data.
So, that was one of the movies I hadn't seen when I was gone, and I own that movie. I bought it. I remember being like, I've never seen this movie. It's because I was literally train hopping I just dropped a bunch of stuff, and I cried. I cried. Do you know what? I actually have a Star Trek scale on certain episodes. Did it make me cry? If it made me cry, it was a good episode. And season 2 of Strange New World has made me cry at least 3 times, and I'm not a crier.
I need to quote mine Picard more. Remember that one episode where I had Picard come in and yell at Pinky, what you're doing is unethical and I will stop you?
Oh,
I
I
wound up
do.
showing that to a friend today and I said, "Oh, I have to get more of that." Tomorrow I'm releasing the how to stomp a Russian troll video.
Awesome. Oh, that
I was
reminds
going to
me.
release it today, but Dick's son wound up having a seizure. The Starsky
Oh,
stream got moved till tomorrow. And
I hope his son. I
Dick
hope his
might
son
have
feels
a
better.
seat, but I'm really worried about the kid. And of course, Dick did the right thing by saying, I need to be with my boy rather than, you know, YouTube.
The internet's not important. I only do this when I know I don't have time, when I have time, or my son is completely ignoring me because he's a teenager now. So I completely understand. Trying to find my
And I
disclaimer.
hope the noiser is working well. If you cannot hear Batman in the background, that means the AI denoiser is working perfectly.
No, you sound great. Jackie's got to take a chill pill and a walk. I didn't realize how. You know what's really funny? Somebody said that the Trek culture was toxic, and I was like, "What are you talking about?" And then I got online and discovered that it was. You said, "No, you sound great, Commander." I've never seen any
The
other Star Trek.
internet, the internet makes everything toxic. I mean, you go to Star Trek conventions or other things of that nature, and it wouldn't be everybody be happy, and then you go online and everyone's sad and ready to slit each other's throats.
Really quickly, this program is intended for entertainment purposes only, and the content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by Godless Sewing and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the opinions of every human being on planet Earth. And just remember, this is the internet. Sorry, Commander. I feel that it's important to come with a disclaimer because you can always tap the sign when someone goes off. Just tap the sign. We gave a disclaimer.
That's the power of the NVIDIA RTX denoiser. There's literally Batman beating the shit out of someone in the background and you can't hear it.
Again, I hope Dick's son is okay. I really do. So we're sending positive thoughts your way, Dick Dawson. If this ever finds you, having a child with ASD, I completely understand. He is 14, and I still like when he passes out. I still walk in his room and look at him like, okay, he's fine. It's parenting is not for the faint of heart. All right, now I got to remind you to say the disclaimer. Yes, yes, I am becoming old man sewing fast. I was talking about that today with somebody who just recently turned 40 and is having a real life midlife crisis right in front of my eyes.
I
they were
want to
almost.
get the
Oh, go ahead.
I want to get a new car and get the fuck out of America before next year and all the bullshit that's going to fly next year.
I kind of want to move before the next election myself. Tell you the honest truth. I have a feeling this thing is going to be huge. This is going to be a humongous tunic because that mannequin and I are the exact same height.
You're making a tunic that's like the galaxies, like space themed, Star Trek themed.
Well, I'm going African theme.
Oh, I thought that was a pattern. I thought that was like a space pattern.
Let's be real. They all follow the same principle. Like Doctor Who said, why do you put space in front of everything? It's just trying to make it sound more fancy. Space ninja, space pirates, space restaurant. I miss Doctor Who.
Only Power Rangers could change their characters more seamless, their main characters with less, with less, with more ease and less. Oh God, it's so late. I'm not making sentences. In other words, they can seamlessly change the Doctor at will, but Power Rangers could do it easier and for far less money.
Oh, I love Space Monkey. I love that. Coincidentally, which was the first astronauts were dogs and monkeys. I'm 50 miles from New York border, and New York is bluer than BB King. If things get wild in Pennsylvania, I'll walk if I have to. It's just weird when we put labels in front of things. And see, that's the thing.
Oh, I was talking with Nippet, and there's something interesting about labels, right? In Australia, you have the Labor Party, which is basically kind of like the Democrats, and then you have the Liberal Party, which is fucking out of its mind, and the idiots here in America, like when the Ukraine war started, Candace Owens was basically screaming that we needed to invade Canada and Australia. On the shills, Mippet said she could have Australia if she was smart enough to find it on a map, which she isn't. But they hated the Labor, not the Labor, the Liberal Prime Minister, but the Liberal Prime Minister is a fundamentalist Christian who doesn't believe climate change is real and everything else that the conservatives love, but he just took COVID seriously. So they hated him for taking COVID seriously.
You talk
But
about
liberal means something different here in America.
it really does, though. It really does. But the one thing that bothers me though is that there's somebody who goes online and spouts these really hateful things, and they always get defended by saying, "Well, in Australia, well, in America, they would be considered centrist or a centrist," and no, they wouldn't. They would just be considered conservative. They wouldn't be considered a centrist at all. I think sometimes people have a weird view of America, and we're. Oh, I know. I don't know. I'm not trying to go on politics too hard. Which reminds me.
Let's talk about the space aliens and how much they suck.
Okay, so I have a real question though. Because I stopped watching, has anything come from the Senate hearings?
Absolutely not.
So they
At
haven't
least not any evidence.
not even
Not
like
any
a
real evidence.
not like a Vulcan or a Gould.
No.
I'll settle for a Gould. Give me a good old school Gould. I'm down. Oh,
You know, I
so
want to believe that there's a race of grays whose culture inspired Norse mythology, but I sadly have to live in reality, or else I will be detached from it and be nuts.
exactly. I just want Jack O'Neill to be real. That's all. And I know he's a character from a TV show, and he's not. I'm from the '90s. It just reminds me every time I came home, Stargate was on television. Didn't matter
Yep,
day or night.
Sci-Fi Channel,
Yep.
and it was on every afternoon for about 3 hours.
Yeah. And then they picked up Stargate Atlantis before it became a famous show. And they stuck with it. They actually no sci-fi stuck with the entire show. They stuck with it through the entire series.
I kind of stopped watching when they went to Atlantis because it's a little bit difficult to not see your favorite characters.
I had only known Jason Momoa from soap operas, so it was weird to see Jason Momoa with dreads, which is now his like persona. Because before Jason Momoa was only on soap operas, and he was him and Joe Flanagan. They were really clean cut guys, and so it was funny to see them on Stargate.
Which characters did they play? Because I don't know the
John Shepard,
actors.
John Shepard, and Ronan. That was in Stargate Atlantis.
Oh, that's why I didn't recognize. I didn't watch too much of Stargate Atlantis.
Let me catch up with the chat really quick. Move this Clippers hat. This thing is old. I'm going to open up the Godless Sewing Museum because I have a ton of stuff that's over like 40, 50, 60 years old. People outside the US think our media is telling 100% the truth, and that's why they think the US is bonkers. I agree with you. But same in the UK. Same in the UK. They hide a lot of stuff. Like I went there and didn't realize how many people of color live in the UK. Let's be real. I asked a really dumb question. I asked my friend, I was like, where do black people live? And he's like, all right, let's go 3 feet from here. And it was so different than what I expected. Those efforts are selling books and making the podcast rounds. Do you know what's really funny, Trees? I didn't understand how huge podcasts were up until about 3 or 4 months ago. Because I generally mind my own business and I had no idea. The US is bonkers. The fact Trump was elected proves that. I thought it was a joke when I heard he was elected. I'll never forget that night for as long as I live. My mom cried. My father laughed so loud I could hear it walking in the house. You need a 100-inch TV to pull those comments up on. Okay, do you know what's really funny? Recently, I was at Walmart and they're like going for only a couple $100. I was really surprised.
And I remember when you would go to BrandSmart USA and there would be this, I'd say, a good size flat screen TV, and it was $10,000.
Exactly.
This was the late 90s.
That's like the old IBM computers when they were $4,000 or $5,000, and they were huge, literally this big.
And there was a good amount of heat coming off of it too.
I was really shocked how big, like, because I have a 50 or 60-inch suspended on the ceiling here because I'm obsessed with watching hockey, and that thing's huge to me. And I was walking in Walmart because they still have the cheapest sewing supplies, and I was shocked on how cheap televisions are. I mean, like 70 inches are going for $200 or $300. And my son has a Vizio. And I know people are gonna flinch, but I like his TV's awesome. You could talk to it. Like he's completely programmed his television. It's made me want to get one. And you needed a crane or 15 guys and 80 feet of rope to move the TV. Well, my son is finally
That's
at that
the
age.
old CRT TVs, and then they had the projection TVs, which were the huge ones because that was the only way to do it back then. And you couldn't use your Nintendo games on the projection TVs because the way the images were generated would ruin the projector.
I had a 13-inch TV with a built-in VCR in the 90s, and I thought it was the Jetsons. That's like when I was a kid and I got my PlayStation. I remember looking at my brother and being like, "We live in the future. We live in the future." Oh, all right. I need to attach this other arm.
Well, can you like imagine 20 years ago or even 10 years ago, someone doing the stuff that I do on YouTube
You know,
without a budget of millions and millions and millions of dollars?
no, I actually knew somebody who was from Ghana who was a computer genius. He stole a program from Apple that was worth like $9,000 or $10,000, and it was just a simple animation program. But this was also when the first iPhone came out. So you would have to have been rich to have any level near what you have now. Think I go back because I watch a lot of older YouTube, and it's like there was no rules back then. Now people have expectations, you know. I still do it UHF old school style. Was that the Weird Al Yankovic movie, UHF?
I don't know. I only know Weird Al from his parodies of songs that were written, some of which before I was born.
I tore down a projection TV once, and lenses it could set anything on fire. Oh, that's funny. VTube would have been witchcraft. Exact. So true, Tree. So true. You need a huge machine the size of a bathroom to just to edit stuff back in the day too. I always thought about that because like I have every inception of camera, and there are certain cameras where like I couldn't imagine doing work on those cameras. I have a 4K camera. I'm spoiled. UHF, the good old days. Hey, Waternay. Yay. How's it going? Lurking while my friend grabs food. We are playing Spirit Island. Awesome. What's Spirit Island? I'm curious.
It's probably a board game.
I still have my own. Oh, okay. I still have my old 13-inch TV from '90s out in the shed. I really should just gut the parts out of it and throw the rest of it out. Do you know what's funny? I have one, two, three VCR combos in here, and I think one's a 13-inch. That's why when Trees made that comment, I turned and looked like I'm so stuck in the past. Hey, Waternay, Spatula
There
City.
was a there was a TV that I got out of the garbage in the late 90s. It was one of the Vizios. It was the first one of the first flat screen, albeit CRT televisions.
Oh, okay.
And the picture didn't work. And then when I noticed that if I tried picking it up while it was on, the picture eventually got better. So what I wound up doing was I wound up taking a fork and sticking it in one of the grooves of the TV, and then basically tuning the TV so that the picture worked that way. I don't know what I did. It was probably because it was probably doing something to the boards or some kind of electrical connections inside. I hadn't a clue, but basically, you had a TV with a fork sticking out of it, and it was a nice TV.
That's great. I've had some sketchy. Do you know I have a serger? My Franken serger, if you put your hand near the power cord, it will electrocute you. So I have a bunch of sketchy stuff in here, but I still use my serger all the time. Spirit Island sounds like a drinking game. You play as spirit fighting back and protecting the locals against colonizers. Whoa. That sounds heavy. Godless Commander, yay! How's it going, Water Name? We stick a fork in my God-shaped hole when I'm feeling when I'm feeling naughty. I well, have fun, Water Name. Have fun. I'd take my truck that can't go over. No, that's evil. I would never do that. People who go slow on the highway are my new like. You guys shouldn't. You guys should go live somewhere else. People who purposely go in the fast lane and drive slow. I'm gonna need therapy one day because of those people. Do you have a lot of those where you
No
live?
way. I'm usually not necessarily driving slow in the fast lane unless I'm in a truck and I'm trying to get around another truck that's even slower than me. But usually I drive 5 miles per hour under the speed limit in the right lane or the middle lane.
My because I grew up around senior citizens, my father used to do that. My mother still drives like that. I have control issues where I have to be driving, but it's so different. Where I live, we drive fast on purpose. Like in my town, the city council said it's to move people, but we're all impatient. We have speed limits that are almost 55, 60 miles an hour in neighborhoods around here.
Well, when I'm in a truck, I actually have to drive the speed limit or slightly over it, like 2 miles an hour over it to actually get to where I need to go on time. But in my own car, I have the habit of not going too fast.
Well, like in my truck, I can't go fast, but I don't take it on the highway in no way, shape, or form because I know it's a clunker. It's a clunker of a vehicle. So I would never take it. Like in my car, I go driving so fast. You're gonna laugh at me? I drove a Toyota Corolla for the first time ever yesterday. Oh, excuse me, and I don't like it.
I've
I,
never driven a Corolla.
it's a modern Corolla. I knew someone that collected them in the early 2000s, late 90s, but they were like awesome cars. People who go slow on the highway, me. Every time I come across somebody going slow in a fast lane, I want to shoot their tires out. I was trying to get my father to make like a mini pulse generator where I could shut people's car down, but he flat out told me you'd have to shield your engine so you didn't do it to yourself. I do stay in the slow lane unless I'm overtaking though. And see, that's another thing too. Like I drive LA medium fast, so I'll drive in the middle lane doing 65 miles an hour being passed by people in the fast lane.
Well, there are times when I'm in a truck and I am doing the speed limit, and everyone is passing me like I'm standing still, including other trucks. And that actually shouldn't be because those are people whose livelihoods depend on their ability not to get tickets.
Do you think though it's because do you think it's more of a modern day problem, or do you think it's people have always been inconsiderate drivers?
Ever since the car was invented, there have been douchebags who wanted to use it to be a douchebag. So, to give you an idea, before we had cars, we had police officers pulling people over on bicycles because they were going too fast. In fact, there was a US president, I'm forgetting who it was, one of the minor ones that we don't learn a lot about, who basically got a speeding ticket with a horse and buggy. And he's like, I'm the president. I don't need to get, you really going to ticket me? And it's like, oh, yeah, we're going to ticket you.
Oh, can you still hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I had butted my microphone pretty hard. I was like, I hope I didn't damage anything. That would be do you know what's really funny? I love watching those videos when a police chief gets pulled over and loses it. Or I recently saw a video of some young cocky cop was just jamming through this town. And another cop pulled him over and he's like, I'm a cop. He's like, I know you are. Here's a speeding ticket. And he took off. And they later arrested him for evading the police. And I think it was in Florida. The first place, exactly, we're slave catchers. I think about that all the time. I get preachy to
The
the younger
first
generation.
the first professional police force like we have it today in the United States was the New York City Police Department. I'm not talking about people going around enforcing the horrible laws. I'm talking about an actual professional protect and serve, try to stop people from stealing from each other, even though there's always been corruption, was the
Yeah.
NYPD.
Wow. So the gangs of New York is real or what? I'm kidding. I loved that movie when I was
You
younger.
know, I didn't see it, but I remember watching Feifel, right?
Oh yeah.
And you had Mouse Tweed, and that was based on a real lush, a real. They tried basing some of those characters on real people. I loved it when Mouse Tweed would spill his drink and it would eat a hole right through the floor.
I was obsessed with that as a kid. I loved Fightful. And at Universal Studios they had the Coming to New York. They had like a whole world. I went there one year. I'll never forget that day we went because I was obsessed with it. And they had like a whole Fightful like universe. Everything was just bigger, and you know, you were basically the main character. Back
We
when
had Feifel hats. I need to. I hope that we still have the pictures of me and my brother dressed up like Feifel and everybody else.
trucks can't speed here, they have speed limiters, so the only way they can speed on the highway is adjusting the limiter, which is another ticket. Oh, that's crazy. An American Tail. Oh man, I that was my era, man. When I was a kid, like I remember going to Universal Studios and being like, "Are you kidding me?" That's probably why my parents took me. If you really think about it, they were, you know, my dad was an engineer. He was smart enough to be like, "Okay, if this kid likes it, let's take him." But Mark, I think that's crazy that in your country they have limiters like that. Could you hang? Could you hang with someone controlling your speed, Commander?
Well, the company that I work for, we have governors on our trucks, so we can't go faster than 67.
Oh, so you basically already do. Crazy. I did
Yeah,
not know that.
it's just not tailored to. It's not like a GPS will limit you if the speed limit's 55. You can speed if the speed limit is 55. Heck, if you're going downhill, you can speed in these trucks. Now, granted, if you get above 75, you will get a warning. Get above 75 again, you will get a 2-week suspension. Get above 75 again, you're fucking fired. And if you hit 80 at any time, you're fired.
The truckers here, they literally go that fast on the highway. But especially between like here in Arizona, um I've been passed by a truck doing 80 one time. So imagine how fast they were going. They were steaming behind me. And I was on cruise control at 80.
unless the roads are really smooth and not bumpy, I would say that would be dangerous as someone has actually driven a truck and knows what one little bump will do, and that you're constantly fighting to keep the fucking vehicle on the road and at higher speeds.
There's a weird set of rules out in the middle of the desert. I've been desert driving most of my life, and there's a whole different set of rules. It's the strangest thing. And like between Phoenix and Tucson, the speed limit I believe is 80.
Well, could never hit that in this truck unless I was going downhill. And
True.
then I would get fired.
Coal trucks fly on the back roads here, overloaded with coals. We have streets where it literally says no trucks, and you'll see truckers going down them all the time, because it destroys the streets.
Well, there's this one place in Ohio that sometimes go to, and it says no through truck, but that's new. It's not even on the GPS. And by the time you get there, you realize, oh shit. Well, I have to go through because, well, there's no place to turn around. It's not on the trucker GPS. So sometimes you have to, and then there's places where it says, yeah, no through trucks. But if you're making a delivery, it's just fine. And then there's places where they limit the size of the truck for obvious reasons that you'll never make it through.
They do that here as well, but then like they don't care. I like there's a road that it's parallel to the freeway, okay? I take it home when I ever go to the dispensary or I'm on a job on the way other side of town. It literally says it is illegal for trucks to be here. You see trucks all on the road because they're like cutting through the highway. They're not missing an inspection station or anything, but they're basically breaking the law. And it happens all the time and no one cares. And I'm not gonna like call on a truck. I'm not that kind of Karen.
There's a similar situation like that in New Jersey, where we have some runs where we have to deliver product to people who have their businesses off the fucking parkway. So what the hell are you going to do? There's no way to get there but the fucking parkway.
Oh man.
And the it is possible to get there because you're not going under a bridge, at least not that far into the fucking parkway. And my carrier actually has something worked out with the state of New Jersey where they know if they see one of our trucks on the parkway, they don't bother us anymore. Because we're not going so far into the parkway that we're going to run into a bridge.
You would love LA. They would never enforce that law. They would never enforce that law.
Oh, but if you try to do that on any of the New York parkways near New York City, you can look at 5,000. We had one driver who turned off the parkway on Long Island. And the guy got pulled over and he's like, well, can't I just turn around? And the officer, this is what was told at work, the story. And the officer was like, nope. Well, I can't trust you to actually navigate. Now, can I? Because you turned off on a parkway. So the cop called a wrecker to tow the entire truck and a second truck to tow the trailer. You know, basically having a tow truck that can tow the trailer and then having another tow truck that can tow the cab off, back onto the regular highway. And it was something like $5,000 plus about a $3,000 fine for doing it.
Oh, wow. Gilroy, I actually knew someone that my ex-wife's father ran a trucking company. They were like a gang. And that's why when I hear Commander with all like Commander, you go by the law. He owned his own trucks. He had a contract with McDonald's, and he skirted all the laws because he owned everything. And they were tough guys. He worked with some. So whenever I like every time I picture of a trucker, I picture of all these like just grizzly tough guys, but they were willing to work for less, is what it was. There's a live camera on a bridge in Pennsylvania that trucks hit multiple times a day. I think I might be subscribed to that bridge, Trees. I sincerely
What
think
bridge is it?
Is that
What
the
bridge is it?
I is it the one that's on TV? There's one that was on TV all the time. Um,
What bridge is it? Is it in Philly?
I believe Trees said Pennsylvania.
Well, Pennsylvania is a big state. I mean, going once we hit the New York state line, right? We basically spent I was about almost 5 hours in Pennsylvania just driving south. It's a big state.
But that's like the first time I went to Oregon, you look at a map and the state of Oregon looks tiny. And I get at the border and I'm like, Portland's 3.5 hours away. It took me 17 hours just to get to the border. Oh, good times. That's back when we traveled like pirates, kids, and we actually had maps, like physical maps.
Me hearties, I just missed me turn and I gotta stop off real quick and block traffic or I'm gonna get fucked up. And then I might actually turn off where a place where I'm gonna meet a 12-foot bridge with a 13.6 clearance. Oh shit, that's
Okay. I think about this all the time because my truck sits 12, almost 13 feet in the air. Okay. So if I see a sign that says anything over 12 feet can't fit in here, I don't even try because I know my truck won't fit.
now New York is a really fun state, right? It doesn't do the things that all the other states do. And this makes New York really shitty for trucking. Now you go across the George Washington Bridge into New York City, and your GPS is screaming at you, stop, stop, you're going to kill everyone, stop, stop, because the bridge is labeled something like 12 feet or 12 point. It's basically under 13 feet. And the truck clearances are maximum height of a truck is 13.6 without any special permits. And the GPS is screaming at you as you're going across the George Washington into New York City. And you see all these other trucks going towards us. Their GPS is probably screaming at them. But then you go under the bridge and everything is fine because a lot of those bridges were labeled shorter than they actually are
Oh, okay.
because of snow and whatnot.
Wilhelm Hebe is what is that? Willem Hebe is the YouTube channel. Awesome. That bridge is wow. Then my truck can't sit that high.
Oh, I would look at that bridge and instantly be able to tell that that's fucking suicide.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't go near it with my truck. I'd be like, nope. I mean, why are you taking so long? My computer's telling me it needs tune up. It means I probably have to erase a bunch of stuff. Commander, what was that name again?
Name of what?
That Trees put in the comment. It was Willem Habby.
Let me
W.
look at the comment section.
Oh, I have it right here. I have it right here. I'm tripping.
William Hibby.
Will.
Hibby. Or Hebby.
Because I want to see if I can see the bridge, if it's what I think it is. It is the bridge. This bridge is world famous. Okay. We're going to watch at least. Well, we'll watch the second of one. They have copyrights on them. Well, I get it. Well, there's a difference between a copyright strike and
a claim. A claim is basically they want money. And it's different than a strike where they're like, we don't want to let you use it at fucking all, versus they want a revenue share or they want all the money.
Okay, let me click on this really quick. And then I'll click on that. Okay. So I'm going to randomly... Where's the video I was going to... Okay, this one. This is the bridge. Oh, poor guy. That is the bridge. That's the bridge. I'm not going to go too far because I've been getting a lot of copyright strikes lately. I have a bad feeling they're going to rip my channel down because I'm obsessed with music from the 80s and 90s. I'm trying to think if we have anything around here. People, like, if something like that happened, there would be people at city council meetings. Like, we would have got that thing removed. The yuppies would have rioted if that happened around here. That is that. A matter of fact, that bridge was on TV pre-internet. You still there, Commander?
Yeah, I'm still here. I basically turned the volume on that particular thing in the mixer down because I didn't want to blast anyone with it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great. I'm the one that has the super sensitive microphone and doesn't realize the power of his own microphone. Because even like
here's that orc here's the troll that I am trolling. I don't have the sound on. I figured out how to put the sound through. I'm gonna turn the sound up a wee little bit. Can you hear him?
No.
Let me put the audio monitoring. Oh, that's why.
It has nothing to do with me. It's because...
Oh, yeah, we can hear
See,
that.
The thing about trolls and orcs is they're pretty much all incels.
I'll let it.
They have this mind virus that causes them to think like this.
And there's no copyright.
What's wrong with me? Why don't people like me? Why can't I get laid? I support the kleptocratic clowns in the Kremlin and their gargoyles, whose mercenary armies are named after Hitler's favorite composer. And the only people in the West who like me are incels, like Nick Fuentes and Marjorie Taylor Greene. I smell like feces, and the Ukrainians seem to be getting all the hot chicks right now. It has nothing to do with me. It's because of those damn liberals. I support kidnapping people and killing people for no damn good reason. Why won't any women sleep with me?
That's awesome.
Did you like it?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There was a prick trucker who went into a ditch just up the road, and I'm the only one around here with the equipment to get him out. But I just left him, so he had to pay for a professional recovery truck. Oh, that's why you should be kind to people. If you don't own all the equipment, you need to be nice to people. I say that to myself all the time. The trucker who went into the ditch had unset everyone out here, so everyone just laughed at him. See, that's why you can't have too many enemies. You don't want to be like that troll under the bridge.
Yeah, and well, you saw it. It's like, it's not my fault. This has nothing to do with me. Yes, it does.
Because I was raised with extreme accountability. It's weird to me when people don't take responsibility for their actions. So like when people like there are certain choices in my life I've made, and I understand why I am exactly where I am. Got to pick your spots. It's weird to me. But like, do you know, I'm one of those people, and I say this all the time. I was so naive when I came online because I thought 90% of the things that people claim to be, I thought they were just trolling. And a lot of these people are extremely serious.
Well, the internet is where sanity goes to die, and where the most toxic and vile people are promoted by the algorithm because they elicit the most extreme and toxic emotions, which leads to more engagement, which leads to more vile behavior.
Did you see what happened in New York yesterday, I believe, with that Twitch streamer?
No.
There was a young gentleman who said he was going to give away something, a huge giveaway, and 10,000 miners showed up. The manosphere is like chud astrology for incels. Because I still go on dates and hang out with people, I just didn't know this whole world existed. You know, trees, like honestly, I watch videos like yours. Like I watch like how-to videos. I watch a million how-to sewing videos. If I don't know something, like I know how to program my garage door because of YouTube. I know how to pull I've learned how to do the oil on my Mitsubishi Montero, on all different kind of cars because of YouTube. You know, I had no idea that half of this stuff existed. I need to close the door because that cricket is just it's just chopping my nerves. Nah, I've interacted with people who believe in astrology. It generally inspires them to be better people. The manosphere is just I want to be a shitty person. Teach me how. I
That's
am
exactly what it is.
I'll defend myself, but I'm not a mean-spirited person, so mean-spirited people trip me out. Like people who intentionally go out seeking drama, that's weird to me. Like you man, drama will find you no matter who or what you are.
We were driving through Pennsylvania, and there was this thing that looked like a fucking mushroom cloud. And we were headed towards it, and I was curious because obviously it wasn't a mushroom cloud. Was it a fire? Was it just a factory? I really don't know. And I was really curious. And then I said to myself, why are you looking for trouble when it finds you?
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm uploading that entire video now so that the basically YouTube pretty much says, okay, you uploaded it. And if there's any questions about someone trying to claim it,
I don't want people
other
to
than, of course.
Sorry.
Because I'm not going to get you. I'm not going to claim on you. So
Yeah.
obviously, I played it voluntarily here. But I mean, if someone else does, I will claim them.
I think about that because there's all kinds of people I want to play. Like, there's this woman, Chantel Oates. She I think she just has these weird episodes where she has visions, and I'm like, dude, I want to take her to a doctor because I think she's epileptic. But there's also this new preacher that he's like this we should love LGBTQIA plus, but then his comment section is just a jet stream of just ignorance, hatred, and just every 14-year-old angry person on earth. Sigmas are
Well, is that comment section his fans or his detractors?
well, what happens is he's a Christian saying that like we should love everyone, and Christians go off on him. His channel is called XMLB Pitcher or something in that realm. You'll notice the second you type it in, you'll notice because he has a bunch of like positive LGBTQIA plus things, and it's just weird. People go off, and I'm like, dude, if you don't like something, just move on. Like, you know what? I'll confront a bully, but if it's someone else's channel, I don't like, I'll just move on from it. You know.
You know, I was on Slim Cyborg's stream the other day. There was an ultra fundamentalist Catholic in the stream.
Oh Lord.
And I trolled him. We brought up the fact that Karen was the name of the Antichrist. I let him know that I was a Jew, and then I started schooling him on the New Testament. And basically, I kept alluding to the fact that JC came for the sinners and not for those who were already, basically pointing out, dude, you better watch it or everyone else here is going to fall in love with JC while you follow Donald Trump to the hill of Megiddo to wage war against
Which is
Lord
literally...
Almighty.
Do you know what's really funny? I find it weird when people don't know that's a real place.
Oh yeah,
like that's where that's the root word for Armageddon. It always makes me laugh. It always.
It's in the Jezreel Valley, and it's a huge valley, and that's a high point in the valley, and everyone has wanted to take it since the times that people decided that they want to invade or control that part of the world. So, you're guaranteed to have some kind of battle there. It's the most battle ridden place in the area. And what I was getting at was he was basically going, I got Abraham Lincoln at the footer of my party, and I'll be white, and that's what makes me a Christian. But at least when my grandparents did that, there was some truth to that because they were Jews. This guy's obviously part of the people of Jefferson Davis, the House of Slavery.
Do you know, as someone who actually had family members who fought in the Confederacy, I love calling those people out. I love, because most of them usually didn't have a family member, or they misconstrue the role of that person.
Well, all my family members that were here came from my dad, who were here at the time, and they were all Yankees. They were all Union guys, and one of them, who I'm a descendant of, he's John Wesley Powell, and he chartered the Colorado River, first Caucasian to do so. And
awesome.
Even though like what he did charting the Colorado River and such did have negative impact on the natives, no one defaced or destroyed his statues, even on reservations, because they knew that he himself was an abolitionist, was pro-equality amongst all people, and wasn't a monster. So if you don't want your statue defaced or torn down, don't be a fucking monster. That's what I always say. It's so simple. Don't be a monster and do something that you're remembered for that's positive.
So before I try this on, there's one more piece I have to fix. That's why you always try it on before the big reveal. Oh. Oh. Sorry. Oh man.
When Abraham Lincoln saw my I don't know how many greats granddaddy, he rejoiced and gave him a commission to crush the Confederacy.
You're the first person to say Abraham Lincoln and not say vampire hunter in the same sentence.
Oh, that was my favorite movie that year in 2012. Abe Lincoln Vampire Hunter.
Do you know I still have not seen that movie?
You should. It was fun. It actually inspired that whole that inspired that whole parody where Abraham Lincoln founded a nation where my coworkers were giving me shit. And they thought all the Jews came from my dad's side because of my last name, but they came from my mom. But I had radical Republicans on my dad's side. So I was like, are you really the Republican? Are you behaving like a Republican friend back then? When a civil rights attorney launched a campaign from Springfield, Illinois, telling everyone about Jesus and hope, what did you do? Did you grab the stars and bars and scream secession? Yes, you did. You're the people of Jefferson Davis, the house of slavery.
I always tell people, because of my father's lineage, he had 4 people who fought for the Union. Well, he did. I did as well. And over 25 so far that we've counted that fought for the Confederacy. But my father's, the bulk of his family is from Clinton, South Carolina and Savannah, Georgia. So, of course, they're going to be, Johnny Rebs. Oh, wow. You are just not wanting to stay. Oh, what happened?
I'm going to have to get going pretty soon. I got to tend to family.
Oh, no worries. No worries. I'm going to be here for a while sewing to figure out what this initial problem is. I'm actually almost done with this one. I haven't seen that movie.
You have to see it. You have to see it. You haven't lived until you've seen Abraham Lincoln go full on Van Helsing against the undead.
That's one. You know what? I'm obsessed with the $5 bin at Walmart, so I'll definitely buy that if I find it. My family were Northern aggressors.
I'm proud of it.
You mean your lineage isn't perfect and holy? However, shall anybody ever interact? Oh yeah, it's so funny. Like, I wish more people were honest about their lineage. We would have less drama. Yeah, I come from a bunch of Johnny Rebs, and they lost, so we can all laugh about it.
And there's a YouTuber, 3 Arrows, right? And his family actually played a significant role in Hitler's evil.
Oh, wow.
But do I hold anything against him? Did he commit the acts? Did he choose to commit the acts? Is he for committing the acts again? No. So why would I have any problems with someone who acknowledges bad things happened in the past? We don't want to repeat them. And I want to treat people the same way that I would want to be treated. And let's move on.
I read the book. It was actually pretty good. That's like, I read a Gene Roddenberry book that everyone claimed they saw the show, but I wasn't alive when it came out. I loved the book. The people who emphasize ancestry tend to have the most boring personalities. Again, it's to make them sound special. People That's why people will say subscribe magic labels to themselves and say I'm this and this. It's to be different than the herd. Like to not
I am Sir something or something. My family has been inbred so long, you can tell because we have this chin, you see, that no other family in the world has. And you can look inbred too if you marry us.
I always
And because we're filthy rich and we're royalty.
jokingly say that in America, everyone claims to be everything except for American. Like if you caught me in a corner and you asked me where are you from, I would probably tell you the town that I was born in and the hospital that I was born in. Because that's like if you really think about it. Oh, this fits. Oh, hold on, let me get the tunicky part. So I made a triple X tunic. I'm more of a 1X kind of guy. This thing is huge, but that's okay.
I'm gonna get going. Everyone have a great night. I gotta get some sleep and
Thanks
tend
for
to-
stopping by, Commander. It's great to see you. I have a huge thing about personal responsibility. That's why I clash with people in general. Because, like, man, I mess up all the time. I'll tell you, like, oh, I didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know. It's life. You live and you learn. Like, there are certain sewing styles I didn't know. I just had to learn them. But people who can't admit their faults trip me out. Where are you from? Well, where I live, asking someone where you're from is a dangerous proposition. And yes, I am coming to sewing in this. This is my coming to America outfit. And I made sure that it has flips on both sides to make it extra tunicky, as they say. I'm going to make 100 of these. I'm going to bring the 70s back. That thing looks like a Star Trek hospital gown. Sold. Sold. Where's my phone clip? That's the ultimate test because I live with my phone on. And I'm not kidding. I'm kind of not kidding because I live with my phone clip on. Have a great night, Commander. Let your soul glow. That's patent pending, patent pending. That's a t-shirt, brother. Keep coming with those. Those are awesome. Dude, I love the 1970s style. And it makes me laugh. I think, also though, I think because a lot of these patterns are from around the world, I buy patterns that are geared for people that are in Africa or in places that are, the demographics are different from where I live, So I find a lot of African prints and a lot of stuff, but I'm looking for men's clothes because when it comes to patterns, there's really not too many selections when it comes to men's clothes. So you better really like the 1970s if you know how to sew and you're looking for patterns. You know what? See, Native Atheist knows. You've been here since the beginning. Do I have a kufi that's readily available? Oh, you called me out. I've only made like 200 or 300. There's got to be a kufi in this room somewhere. I will find one. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah. Yep, needs a matching kufi. I could do that in 10 seconds. This will look better with pants too. This will look way better with pants. I'm wearing shorts because I live in a place where it's tropical weather all the time. The real test is my phone clip though. The real test is, I made that thing so fast. The real test is my phone clip because I'm actually going to wear this. but I lined it with a little bit more of a thick material, so it's definitely a little bit more warm. But now I know the triple XL is a dress on me. I kept on picturing my trench coats, but each cut is different. So this one's a little bit more tight. Cowboy kufi. I've actually worn a kufi while riding a horse. Oh, that's funny. Oh, don't worry. I have a ton of stuff to sew. I have a ton of stuff to sew. I still have to finish my vest. Everyone's telling me the America patch is racist, so I'm not going to put it on. I'll throw it on a vest if I. Do you know the thing about a rocker? Like I constantly talk about rules and what to wear and what not to wear. The truth is, you should really not wear a rocker unless you're going to war, especially if you have a rocker with your hometown or something on it. That means that means something else to a whole different group of people. But who am I? Again, I'm back on that thing where I'm kind of over all these new age rules though. But I wear rockers. So to each their own. I said almost 2 years ago in a video, like, don't ever wear anything that you're really not willing to fight for. So, if you look like a duck and quack like a duck, a biker might take your vest off. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break before I start on my next project. I don't believe that's racist. It's pointing out the fascist shit in America. Exactly. That's how I felt. That's exactly how I felt. When I saw that, I was like, dude, like, come on. But also, I live in one of the most sensitive places on earth, just as is anybody, just like anybody else, So I agree. But like I said, I take things that were meant for hate and I turn them around. Like my son laughed because he found like all these old I found this clothing line because I find failed clothing line at the Goodwill. There's a thrift store that I go to where, because it's in the San Fernando Valley, every failed clothing line just dumps their stuff on there. I found this stuff where this one company was trying to it was called Pure White Clothing. I bought a t-shirt. I'm like, where's the line with most of these rules though? Should everybody get a vote? Thank you. And that's another thing. Back in the day, people left posers alone. If you weren't a part of the world, you wouldn't even see these people. I think because of social media, we have utterly and completely we're up in each other's business too much, really is what it is. The Confederate flag is outstanding. Do you know that still to this day is my most viewed picture on Twitter? And Twitter took it down 2 different times, and I had to make the head of the Confederate flag more cartoonish, because the first head, and that's pleather too. I had brown pleather, and I put a giant wank on a Confederate flag. I was just one of those people, like, I was hanging up all the flags, and I saw that, and I'm like, I got to do something to that guy. You can't just sit here in peace in my house. But like I said, patches are funny that way. And also, we're in today's world, there's a group of people who have never even lived that life or are an effigy of that life. They're pretending. in the biker world, people will literally say the younger generation is cosplaying bikers because like people would never put it on screen, they would never put it on YouTube or anything, and nowadays you see it everywhere. So where is that line? I don't know anymore. That's why I do my own thing. I've been saying since the day I've been on YouTube, dress how you want to, because in the end you're stuck with you, you know. I really don't follow a lot of those rules. Even where I live, there's certain baseball teams that people freak out on. Like I'm a Minnesota Twins fan. I've been to Target Field. I don't even know if they call it Target Field anymore, but I've been there when it was Target Field. I was obsessed with Kirby Puckett as a kid. I sport a Minnesota Twins hat. And where I live, it means something else. And I'm like, dude, you're not gonna ruin the Twins for me. I love patches and enamel pins. Absolutely. And that's another thing. Like I collect pins. I have pins of runs from before I was born, runs I've done. Like I have I have a George Bush pin. I have a Bob Dole and Jack Kemp pin. It's all up to you. It's It's also like you can take a deep breath, walk by without saying anything, and get where you're going earlier without wasting energy, or you can get in a fight with somebody and go to jail. I think I'm not an ageist, okay, but people seem to be more disassociated in today's world, and so they really don't understand the consequence until they're literally sitting cuffed and stuffed in the car. I truly believe that a lot of people are so disassociated, they really don't even understand that their actions will lead to them getting in trouble. That's the one thing that scares me about modern people nowadays, is that there's this weird sense of entitlement, and I'm not blaming the internet, but I'm going to blame the internet. I have a Trump pin somebody gave me, and I keep it as a basic curio. I still have my son's Ron DeSantos flag. Literally, I'm looking at it right now. And if Alibaba was here, he would tell me for the 15th time what to do with it. And I have, when my son was in his commie phase, when he was reading Lenin at 11 and 12 years old, I still have all of his flag I bought him for Christmas and everything, because I knew it was a phase. I knew he was going through the edgy teen phase, you know. I don't dog people for anything as long as they're not hurting people. Let's be real. Like my rule is like, it's none of my business. If you're not hurting anybody, it's truly none of my business. I'm gonna grab a Pepsi real quick, and then I'm gonna grab my vest and start sewing on that, because that tunic was made really fast. I'm actually really excited about the tunic, because I like that 1970s look. I'm gonna go get a one of those weird like Freebird Earth, Wind, and Fire prints. I'm gonna start dressing like I'm an Earth, Wind, and Fire. I'm absolutely in love with the I have a Trump pin with his head with the shit emoji inside. This kid's getting his edgy teen phase ahead of schedule. He's going places. No, my honestly, because he was it's funny. He went full Lillian Munster because his parents are pirates. So he's really like his mom and I were talking about that the other day. Like we were juvenile delinquents, and he's such a good kid compared to us. So that's a good thing. You literally have that song cemented in my head now. Body, something to remember. Marriage. I couldn't say September for a long time as a kid. So, what project should I do next? Should I do my vest? Oh, I have a question for all my cowboys and cowgirls out there. What is this? I'm talking about this piece. What is that? What is it called? This is this is one of my work shirts that I wear. This is a total cowboy shirt. Of course, I had to put my punk patches on the back. But what is this called? Does anyone know? As I have Earth, Wind, and Fire stuck in my head. Body up. Oh, that's right. And I have my Spock thing to edge too. I have a ton of stuff to sew actually. I'm just shocked on how fast that tunic was made because it took me like 2.5 hours to make my last coat. So this vest is something that I've been working on for a very long time. I feel like the vets should be the next addition to break. You've gone cold turkey on R11 407. You need to go cold turkey on the vests. Out of my cold, dead. You know, it's really funny you'd say that. I was counting my vests the other day. I'm almost up as many as that's a sewing machine. Don't know what it's called. It's keep sand and dust out. Oh, okay. I call it like a bib. I just call it a bib. But like there's certain people that'd be offended if you told a grown man he was wearing a bib, especially like in the cowboy world that I travel in. They would be offended if you told a grown man like, "Oh, that's a bib." But it's called. There's like a technical term for it. I just can't remember what it is because it's been that long. Oh man. You know what? I'm gonna edge my other coat before I throw this thing on the fire because I still am not convinced. What do you think about the edging on this? Do you like that? I'm like 50-50 on it, but I've never put color on a vest before. My vests are always so drab and anti everything that I rarely put collars or I keep them nice and crummy. It kind of reminds me of that weird tie that judges in England wear. Thank you. Same. Vests are Will's trademark. They are. I wouldn't even know what to do if I couldn't wear a vest. But I am definitely thinking about graduating to suit making because I still want to use that flamenco print. Oh man, this thing is just super ED. I still want to use that print for what am I trying to stammer out? I still want to use my flamenco print to make a Don Johnson inspired suit coat, but that's a really common print, so I could definitely buy it again if I use it. But I have like 5 yards of that flamenco print just sitting there waiting to become a suit jacket. So I think I might turn it into something. Denim cummerbund stolen. I'm writing these down, trees. I'm writing these down. You know what though, Kilroy? That's why I'm making the tunic and everything. I'm branching away from the same old, same old. But also, one of the reasons I'm doing a lot of these streams is because it helps me finish my old projects. And I wear this stuff. And like literally edging the sides, using a serger is the difference between looking homemade and looking professional. I love it when someone walks up to me and they're like, dude, where did you get that? And I tell them I made it. I love that. All right. So let's see how much thread I have in the bobbin. I'm going to finish this coat. This was my Spock inspired coat that kind of took its own life. And like I said a couple weeks ago, I was watching this really militant channel called Earn Your Leisure, and they dress like Ninja Turtles. So I was like, oh, dude, I could totally do that. I could totally do that. So a lot of this this outfit was inspired from like Lucy's coat and watching a bunch of really militant people. It's beautiful when you can watch propaganda and not be affected by it. I just was like, I like their style, so I totally was watching what they were. All right, that's ready to go. Let's adjust the stitch. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, I'm glad I caught that mistake before it lived there forever. Let's flop that over. Perfect. Perfect. Beautiful. Do you know sewing sometimes is just learning by making mistakes? Something like this, I've learned like this is going to drag on the floor. So I made the back a little bit shorter than the front. So I can actually walk around with this. Unlike my Lucy coat, I'm going to have to make a whole bottom duster for it. Perfect. Perfect. Denim cummerbund. I'm definitely gonna write that one down. Oh, so last week I was griping about my tree, and the city came down and they chopped down my pink tree. I'm gonna show pictures in a minute, but the city they did, and they befouled my poor pink tree, if that's even a word. But the guy looked me in the eye and was like, "Oh no, man, I'll take care of your tree." He chopped my tree ruthlessly. And I find it funny, my tough cop neighbor didn't say anything, and I was out there like, please don't chop my tree down. But they did. It seems like more and more nowadays, like city government's small, the city, like they literally do whatever they want. Which is why I want to move out in the middle of nowhere, where I'm in charge of the trees. I guess there are advantages to living in the city. I had a friend who almost died in Alaska, and he literally broke his leg and almost died. So, and I always asked him when he came back, and I'll never forget what he told me. I'm like, why did you move back here? He looked me in my eye and said, there's power in numbers. I will never forget that, because a simple thing that happened to him, he almost croaked because of it. So there's a benefit to living out in the middle of nowhere, and there's a benefit to living in the city. Oh. This is it started off as I was going to make a duster, But then I was like, you know what? I have a million dusters. This was part of my like losing my motivation to make another duster video. And you know, the funny thing is, I didn't even lose my sojo. I just basically was making the same thing over and over and over and over again, and I got burnt out. So I have to branch out and make new things. That's why even like that tunic pattern, I was so excited when I got that tunic pattern because it's something new, and now I have a giant tunic. And just from making that one tunic, I've learned so much. And wow, that didn't throw down one stitch. Oh man. I don't know if anyone else is live right now, but I'm sure the talking heads are going off about a bunch of things that unless we all get together, there's really nothing we can do about it. Or celebrities that really could care less. So I would rather talk about sewing in life, you know, and the important things than needlessly judge people. Oh man. Okay. There we go. You know, it always seems like this takes longer to do when it's on stream, but then I go back and watch myself and it was just as fast as it would in regular time without being online. All right, let's try that again. So, Gilroy, you think I should back away from the vest, huh? When I was younger, I knew a man who wore an AC/DC vest, and he was in his 50s. And by the time I knew him, he was in his 60s, and he would rock his AC/DC Metallica patches, doors. He always had a battle vest on, and he was in his 50s or 60s. He worked at a stamp store. I'll never forget that guy because ironically, years later, I weirdly turned into him. So, but I always ask myself that, like, am I going to be like some wrinkled old guy wearing a vest? But I know a bunch of ex-Vietnam vets that have crazy tattoos. I wish I would go to Betty Ford. Betty Ford is for rich people, like, or you have the greatest insurance of all time. I actually knew someone that went to Betty Ford, and ODB from the Wu-Tang Clan escaped the day that he showed up. Is Betty Ford even still around? Well, let's talk about it. Do you think the vest my mom always says, I can't believe you're not over your teenage angst after all these years. But rocking a vest is like part of my thing, you know. It's like if I started driving a Chevy, I wouldn't know who I was. I've been driving Ford trucks my whole life. And Toyotas. All right, so I've edged the Spock coat. I still have the cuffs to do. Man, we're hammering through the sewing tonight, to tell you the honest truth. Maybe it takes a lot more effort to make a coat than I realize. It's just that I did it so many times I can do it in my sleep. We might be able to get to my other vest. I want to know Alexa, is the Betty Ford Clinic still around?
Affordable veterinary clinic on Arch Street in
Alexa,
Newhall is
Alexa, thank you
You are so very welcome.
for almost doxing me. I think it's my English that she can't understand sometimes. I think it is. I think it's my English. All right. So, oh, that looks perfect. I'm getting better and better at edging. And no, I'm not trying to make a joke, but I'm getting better and better at edging. And that's the thing about practice. As long as your heart's in the right place and you keep going, you will get better at it. Oh, excuse me. So recently, I have once again fallen in the doo-doo of the Debate Me Bro crowd. And it reminds me of like how important hobbies are and how important practicing what you preach. Like that's the whole reason I did this stream, was instead of being all hate-filled, it should be productive. I just don't understand the point of coming online and spreading hatred. And I'm not even the most positive person. I just think that sharing something like sewing is important. And yes, Kilroy, I have not learned my lesson from the Debate Me Bro crowd. No, I have not. All right, that's going to be on there. Those are not coming off. Not only is it still around, they opened another outpatient clinic in West LA. Ooh, that's even closer because I think the other one was pretty far from my house. Or it could be, that's the Malibu location. I could be wrong. We had this, I messed that one up on purpose. There was this really weird commercial we'd always see for this place called Malibu Recovery. It like everybody was like, it's got to be a racket. It's got to be a racket. They have nothing but hot people working there. It was $100,000 a month to go to this place in Malibu. Oh, that's funny. There's some history for you right there, Killer. I had no idea Betty Ford was still around. That's kind of an urban legend around here and kind of like a threat. Like, oh, I'll send you to Betty Ford, It's one of those things where people don't even know who the woman is anymore, but they still use her name. All right. I don't think that's going anywhere. Man, we are doing some world record sewing. It's amazing the sewing you can get done when you're not on military grade edibles. Maybe that's what it was too last week, is that I was on those edibles that I got at my dispensary. Maybe that's why time took so long last time. Or it felt like time was passing by slow. But really, I was just on edibles and did a 6-hour stream. That's a mistake, but I can fix that. All right. Wow, almost done. Have to finish the collar. All I'm saying is if you're going to keep going back to the place to get slapped, you better be paying money and better be from somebody you like. I found on the rabbit hole on the rehab industry, and oh my God, is it a racket? Around here, the rehab industry is such a racket, especially if you own property. People who have no idea where the rehab is, just because they own a property, they'll start it. And really, you're like holding someone hostage for tax money. It is a racket where I live. It is a racket. In rehab in Australia, they learn to make bongs. Oh, I bet people freaked out if they saw that. Here they force you to go to NA or AA meetings. But they're all intertwined. Oh, I messed up that part, but that's okay. That's how it is here too. People go to rehab and learn how to make better bongs and better crack pipes. In LA, we call jail fight school because there's no rehabilitation. It's literally where people go to learn to be Mike Tyson. At least here, there's no rehabilitation. And that's sad that it's like that in Australia as well. Oh, I got to finish the neck on this. Then I'm going to go full Spock in a minute. Even though it's hot and sweaty in here. All right. I didn't even think about that. That's how it is here too. Yeah, it's crazy to me how it's a racket and people get away with it. But again, it's if you have enough money. I've learned if you have enough money, they'll let you almost get away with anything. And people who think I'm kidding, I tried to immigrate to Australia in 2020, and they still asked me to live there just because of a certain amount of money. Like if you have a certain amount of money, you can live anywhere. So a lot of immigration rules are kind of like non-existent, especially to the UK or Australia. If you can prove that you can live there for at least 2 years without having a job, they'll let you live there. And they basically charge you per person. But I don't know if they've changed their immigration laws since. I saw a miserable human named Posey Parker went to Australia or New Zealand. I can't remember now, but she got kicked out. And I'm like, good for you. That is the one thing I like about Australia. If you run your mouth, they will kick you out of the country. That is one thing I like about Australia. They won't let you openly just sit there and badmouth Australia. They eventually will kick you out. The only place I could ever immigrate to that I'd like to be some Caribbean countries. I'm too damn broke to move to Australia, Canada. They would love you in the Caribbean. I think about that too. I have a lot of dreams about being on the beach, but that's because I was a surfer when I was a kid, so I love the ocean. But I always like picture me ending like, moving somewhere towards the beach, even though I live like a good 45 minutes from the beach, not far at all. Even in my putter in my F-150, it's like 45 minutes. But like I said the other day, because I've been streaming every other day, I had a friend named Moses who was from the Caribbean. He was such a good man. He was from the American Virgin Islands, and he like when I reference certain Afro-Caribbean things, I'm literally thinking of him. And if anyone would say, "Oh, you're from Jamaica," he would give them a speech about accent. Because when you have an Afro-Caribbean accent, everyone assumes that you're from the same place. You would love it, Kilroy. It's just a slower pace of life. I'm a city dweller. I need people walking fast and talking trash to each other. I'm a bit of a city dweller in that sense. Says the guy who's literally looking up to go move somewhere out to the country. All right. Line this up so I don't mess up the final strokes on this. I did mess that up. Okay, we'll start over. I agree. Put me on the beach with a drink with a little umbrella on it. Sammy Hagar did that and created tequila. Sammy Hagar is famous in Mexico. He is super famous in Mexico. Okay. I don't know why. That was a total not thinking move. Let's try that again. Okay, good. Perfect. Perfect. Wow. I think I should do lives more. I've already finished 2 projects. I watch these dudes from the Caribbean on YouTube, and I'm like, these these are my people. Every day in the US, everybody in the US wants the biggest thing and the fastest thing, and I'm like, thanks, but no thanks. And I like to chill out and actually I like and eat actual fresh food too. Do you know what's really funny? I discovered that when I lived in Mexico, they did not have any processed foods in northern Mexico because everything was fresh. Everything. It was a different way of life. I'll never forget. Everybody was like, when I came back, they're like, "Oh, you're so skinny." I told them the truth. I wasn't eating American food, and so when you're not eating American food, you lose weight. Or I should say westernized food. Anywhere that has a Burger King, Jack in a Box, any kind of fast food place. Wrong camera. All right. So let's try on the Spock outfit, huh? Man, are we already at the food portion of the stream? Got a little too hot for my my work shirt. But let's check this out. This was my Lucy inspired coat that kind of morphed into something else. I'm definitely gonna have to back up for this one. But this comes with the full Ninja Turtle headband. Oh, I gotta line them up. This is coincidentally the size of my eyebrow, so it's perfect to line up. There you go. Like I said, I was watching that weird show, Earn Your Leisure, and they dress like Ninja Turtles. I may never know because I don't watch it with the volume on. But this is my voyage home, Spock inspired. I don't even know what you call it at this point. But this is full Spock. I know tonight we're going full Elvis, and I'm not going 6 hours. I promise. Where are my scissors? This is just a catastrophe. But I absolutely love this outfit. Everybody who knows me knows that I am an utter and complete Trekkie. I am one of those crazy people who has a uniform and everything. So I might put a Starfleet insignia on this one. Oh, this is beautiful. And I made the back less draggy like the previous one. Oh man, it gets hot in here. Oh, and I finished my Godless Sewing cat patch. We are so productive on a Saturday night. Oh, I finished my cat patch. This thing, I was like raising controversy about this, but come on, it's a cat patch. Godless Sewing. The house of sewing is growing. I still have not figured out where I'm going to put that the mayhem patch. All right, let's catch up with the chat. sewing and ranting, literally. And I like to chill and eat fresh food. Fast food gets old fast. It does. I tried to get the food segment going earlier with my mention of a big pot of chili. You know, every time you bring up chili, it makes me hungry. You look like you're about to drink the flavor. It's American food is either full of sugar or fat. Even the bread is full of sugar. Yes. Yes, in America, we are one of the only countries on earth that puts sugar in everything. I lost a ton of weight when I traveled and I went to different countries. I lost a ton of weight because and when I lived in LA, living in this city is different because there's affordable fast food, there's chili fries everywhere, there's street food. I fell in love with the bacon wrapped hot dogs to the point where you could tell. You could look at me and be like, oh, God, someone's been hitting those LA dogs hard. I had a habit because they were like $1.50. This was also like in the year 2000, 2001. This was a long time ago. But the ghetto dogs, we call them ghetto dogs. They're bacon wrapped hot dogs cooked on red and green bell peppers on a grill on the street. I ate 2 or 3 of those a day and wondered why I was a giant potato. They don't like to look at pussy. That's their problem. People look at me and I have 3 heads when I say I really don't eat candy. I go through phases. I don't all year long, and then October happens. I don't eat candy at all. I don't even crave it. Says the guy who drinks Pepsi, which is basically flavored candy. Especially because I drink cherry Sprite. Cherry Pepsi. Why did I just say Sprite? I literally just said Sprite. Pepsi. Wow. Where are we at? 2:40. Well, we are hitting almost 3-hour mark. I am going to finish that vest. I am. I can't believe I got all of this done. Let's take a quick break. We've already ran through 2 projects and I have a fourth. I have a fourth one lined up. Let me put my glasses back on. It's amazing how fast I get my projects done online because when I'm at home, I'm like, walking around, distracted by everything else. And when I'm actually sitting here, I get everything done relatively fast. So that's awesome. And that's the thing about projects is that I spend more time psyching myself out than actually getting the project done. So what happens, Mark, is every year around Halloween, I end up eating candy all the way until almost my birthday, which is in February. So like I try to take months off. And that's another thing. American candy hurts my teeth because there's so much sugar in it. So I'm really thinking about I saw this rapper wearing this really weird long hoodie thing, and it was like draping though. It was a hoodie, and it was like an incomplete sweatshirt almost. I don't even know how to explain it, but I kind of drew it, but it looks like a ghost. And so now I totally am gonna make something from scratch. Man, I had a lot of like anti-debate me bro notes here. Why do I argue with people who live in boxes? So let's see. Oh, mead. Today is National Mead Day. Has anyone ever made mead? I knew someone that made moonshine. Disc golf. Does anyone play disc golf? Do you know we have disc golf and paddleball courts all around my neighborhood? Let me tell you, no one plays it. No one plays that stuff. A poncho. Yeah. I think it's time. I could make another poncho. You should just have a stream where you go off about debate bros. I try not to. Because I feel judgmental and like telling someone to like clean up, wash your hair and move on with your life is getting repetitive at this point. And I'm confrontational is what it is. And I don't like bullies. I do not like bullies. The internet is just, it has been an utter and complete strange experience for me because in the real world, people do not act like this. They don't, at least around me. No one comes at me crazy or anything like this. And then I get around grown adults claiming to be things that they're not and mad at me because I won't genuflect to their weird belief. It's the strangest thing. It is the strangest thing to me. I don't get mad at people because they don't watch hockey. You know? It's the strangest thing to me. All right. Take a shave, take a shower, move on. The godless three step. Well, ever since I started watching those weird, like, they're not motivational speakers. Those like dude bro, like, oh, take care of yourself, guys. I'm like, isn't this just basic information? Isn't this just basic stuff that we should all know in the first place? But maybe not. Maybe I'm just an idealist who comes online and cries about it. Who knows? Who knows? All right. So, you know what? I do like the design of that vest. I'm looking at it right now. I really sat here for like 3 hours yesterday because it's like right across from my computer. And I was like, do I really like this design or am I just doing it for YouTube? But I would actually wear that and ride around with that. So I'm okay with it. I'll tell you, I do not understand why people will come on here and show their both sides of their pumpkin. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Well, there are people walking around whose parents don't teach them anything because their parents didn't teach them anything. I think about that too all the time. I'm such a gripey baby towards my son. I'm like, did you brush your teeth? Did you brush your hair? I don't like your shoes. Change your shoes. Like, oh, your pants have a scuff. Come here. Let me fix them. It's weird to me. You know what though? I am extremely fortunate. I had two loving parents. I have one who utterly and completely is a great human being who is my boss. I'm lucky. So I have to remind myself that not everybody comes from that same standpoint. I have someone though that I grew up with who had a terrible upbringing. She's a nice human being on planet Earth. And I know you can't use one person as an example, but sometimes I think it's a choice. So I choose to be better. That's all. I'm trying to stammer and waffle on. I'm waffling because I didn't think that I would be here right now. What color thread is in here? Blue? I wanted to add this weird Egyptian thing to one of my godless creation vests. It just kind of came to me. But it's kind of blasphemous for using a sewing machine on something that you should hand sew. It's one of those weird things. I just grew up in a place that was like 20, 30 years behind the rest of the world. I wish I lived somewhere like that right now. Tell you the honest truth. The city's a little bit it's just changing like take everything out, it's just changing, people are changing, times are changing. San Francisco has completely locked up everything. My Walmart is slowly becoming that. The one by my house, I go to a different Walmart clear on the other side of town because I can walk around and touch the items. And because it's right next to the cop shop, no one would ever go there to do anything crazy, at least from my standpoint, because it's like right next to the police station. So the Spock outfit was a complete success. I've finished that. Let's go grab the vest. And you know what? After I do the vest, I think that I can line this if there is still time. I put Elvis in the thumbnail. All right. Where is my charger? You know, I constantly talk about patch placement and what to wear and what not to wear. But like I said earlier, wear what makes you feel comfortable and don't let the internet scare you. Ever since I saw that half patch snatch that guy's vest, it kind of inspired me. And I am finishing most of my vests because that would never happen where I live. There would have a whole discussion would have to be had. All right. I am doing the blasphemous thing by putting a vest on a sewing machine when I literally a minute ago said it was blasphemy, but godless sewing, godless sewing. The thing about the sewing machine is that it's just more precise and, 10 times faster than hand sewing. But I can see the whole street cred thing when it comes to your vest. You're supposed to hand sew it. But again, like we shouldn't stick to like weird archaic rules like that, right? Okay. And I always say you're supposed to change your needle on every single project. But I do not necessarily change my needle on every single project. So you'll hear that online, but it's just advice that people say to sound cool while they're sewing. Or like when people are like, "Oh, fluff your machine, clean. Oh, I clean my machine. This and this and this." It's like, no, you don't. Okay. I just dumped my Pepsi, but I'm a professional, so I have a towel right here ready to go. I know you might not find that strange, but I spill a lot because you shouldn't have beverages around somewhere where you're sewing, and I do, and computers. A mate sent me a photo of the police station down where his mom lives in it, and it can't catch me spray painted on it in the giant letters. See, Australians are awesome. Australians are awesome. That would be like 15 extra charges here and where I live. Oh, that's funny. Now I have a million questions. Did they catch said person? Whenever anyone does that to the cops here, they put them on the news. They're like, help us catch this fool because we're angry now. That happened. That's so funny. I have to know this man's whole life story now. And to anyone who's tagging, innocent has two ends. Remember that. I've seen a lot of people, it makes me shake my head, and I'm like, if you're going to tag, at least know how to spell it. Okay. Are we completely out of the bobbin? I was sewing with nothing in the bobbin. That's a great way to find out. All right. That's easily switched out. Here in PA, a cop would look out the window of a station and you'd get tased and pepper sprayed. Okay, you can look this up. When I lived in Portland, Oregon in the early 2000s, these two young men tried to rob a police station because in Portland, it didn't in Portland, everything looks the same. It's very country. It's beautiful. It didn't look like a police station. And honestly, being from LA, the cops in Portland, they don't dress like cops anywhere else. They wear bright colors. So these two young kids try to rob a police station. It is the greatest video. I need to find that video. They run in. Man, people come from every direction. People are jumping out the vents. They're coming out the rafters. Even the receptionist is just like, are you serious? Are you serious right now? Probably not. The police here couldn't catch a cold. Well, as you know, in America, we spend millions of dollars to make sure that our police have better stuff than most military here. All right. We defunded our cops, and they still have better stuff than most nations around the world. That's why when people talk about defunding the cops, our cops became racketeers and like a gang, and all we did was slap them on the wrist, and they've kind of settled down. Nobody was taking money from anybody, really. They just stopped overfeeding them, so they could build into an army, which they already are, if you really think about it. When the LAPD in the top 10 biggest armies in the world, if you counted them as an army, yes, but it's if you combined the sheriffs and the LAPD, because they're two completely different police forces. The sheriffs, the LAPD are exactly what's in the title. They're police. The sheriffs have the right to evict you. They have the right to, they have all kinds of rights. Where did my pen holder go? The sheriffs have all kinds of rights to do things that the police don't. The police can legally evict you, but they have to have a notification from the sheriff. Yeah, our sheriffs would freak out if you touched their building. They would lose it. That would be the end. Yes, Gilroy, to the point where like when it's weird to me when I go places and I don't see a cop. Let's just put it that way. They're like it's conditioning though. They just get you used to seeing them all the time if you think about it. So, I was trying to talk about earlier, there's a young man who was a Twitch streamer, and he went to Central Park and said he was going to do a giveaway and literally started a riot in New York. And now it's become another like hot button, people don't raise their children kind of issue, because these kids tore New York apart yesterday. And they did. Let's be honest. Let's be 100% honest. These kids did tear New York apart yesterday. But I think people forget, at least where I live, after every Laker championship, there's a riot. After every time the Dodgers win, there was a riot. When the Dodgers, even during the only time I didn't see a riot is when the Dodgers won during COVID. The Dodgers won the 2020 World Series. And that's the only time I haven't seen a riot, because everybody was already in their house and weren't allowed to go outside. But besides that, all right. I'd like to see what would happen when they hit 18. I have a feeling those riots will drop off pretty quick once they don't have the protection of the minor status. It was crazy yesterday. This kid literally said, now he said he was giving something away on Twitch, and I'm not a Twitcher. I don't know the reach of Twitch. That's just not in my age group or tax bracket, but this kid basically, underestimated his own power, and 10,000 people showed up without a permit. And quite honestly, that's how they get you, because you have the right to assemble. But if you do not ask, because they have to have concessions for you, and if you don't ask, then it's illegal. I know it sounds strange. Excuse me, sir. Can I legally have an assembly here? But I agree with you, though, Kilroy, is that they know they're protected by the law. It just makes me angry when I see people robbing vendors and stuff. Like, I know how it is to have a job like that, where your livelihood is dependent on people buying your stuff every day. And that guy is at total loss. Like, he got robbed live on YouTube or something, you know? Awesome. The collar is attached. I've had this vest for probably 14 or 15 years. This is around my son's age. That was on the news here last night. He was late and everyone went nuts. It was insane to me. I guess because when I was a kid, the only time I ever experienced something like that was the Rage Against the Machine concert when they performed at the DNC in the year 2000 in downtown Los Angeles. But it was the riot. It was the riot. It was the LAPD that started the riot. It wasn't the kids. But it's just so sad. I don't know. It just makes, it's one of the reasons I sit at home and sew. It just makes me sad to see people acting like utter and complete nutters, just with a little bit of freedom. It's just sad. And you're right. These kids, they are going to get away with it, and no one, and there's nothing anyone can really do. The permits make sense. They've got to let cops know you'll be there, and in most places they're cheap and free. And unless somebody else has claimed your spot first, they'll use it. Same here. You could tell them. You could go to the city office and write down, "I am going to riot." They'll give you a permit. How do I know this? Because I've seen it. I've seen it with my own two eyes. Yeah, they'll give you a permit for anything, as long as you're willing to take the responsibility for it. I agree. It was in poor taste, but sometimes I ask myself, am I being an old man judging this young kid? Like, because we had outlets when I was a kid. Maybe these kids don't have outlets. I'm not from New York. I don't know their lives. I don't know what's going on, I try to have empathy, but like when you watch the film, you're like, it's hard to have empathy. I don't know. But that's why I hide in the house. Oh, man. I guess it depends on where you live and who you are. So, yeah, that kid, what was his name? I have to look that up now. I know. Excuse me. I know Twitter will, or X. I am so over X. I don't know you, X. I don't know you. New York riot. What was the kid's name, though? A lot of these kids have basically been locked up in that house by paranoid parents. Of course, they're going to go nuts when they can make a run for it. Oh, wow. I see the footage is just insane. And the funny thing is, it's the people who are there. It only took a few minutes to arrest 21-year-old Kai Senta. Oh, wow. Yeah, he's gonna get charged, and that's New York too, so they're gonna charge him. It's just, it's not, it doesn't look good, is all I'm trying to say. 10,000 people show up and riot, you're going to be held liable, regardless of who you are. If you did that here, they would put you in. Oh, it's laughable to say that California has more strict laws than New York, but we kind of do. Even though a lot of our laws match each other. And the funny thing is, if it wasn't for social media or the news, I wouldn't even know that this stuff goes on. Because it's so out of my pay grade. Like, I'm literally sitting at home singing Gilbert and Sullivan, minding my own business. Do you think we're oversensitive as a society because we can watch each other? Or was that just a complete and utter out of control scene and I'm underemphasizing it? Geez, at 21 was busy working and drinking Rolling Rock. I can taste Rolling Rock. It tastes like gummy bears. Oh, I miss Rolling Rock. I miss Rolling Rock, Lowenbrow, St. Pauli Girl. Oh, I miss Ice House. I had an Ice House problem. I would walk around with like 2 in my hand. I loved Ice House. I'm doing this because I always say reinforce your seam. And it's not just a saying, it's a way of life. All right. See, that's the beautiful thing about being a sewist, is that you won't have time to be up in other people's drama because you'll be at home drafting patterns and minding your own business. All right. I have one side done. Perfect. I had an old English 800 problem there for a while. I drink 340s in an hour and then puke them back in a couple hours later. I miss all that stuff. Those were good times with me with good people. Like, and the funny thing is, I don't even think back to my alcoholism. I think about the friends that I used to have, that we all kind of grew out of that. Oh, I was wondering where my sewing needle was. It's still on the patch. There it is. This one I use because it's huge and it's perfect for people with giant fingers. Oh man, I miss Lowenbrow, all that stuff. Kids here know that they won't be punished here too. The youth crime is a massive problem. They're even doing home invasions with weapons and people aren't allowed to defend themselves, thanks to John Howard. We same thing here. We have the same laws, Mark. We have the same exact laws. People, Australia and California are parallel in a lot of ways in that sense. We stopped punishing criminals in general, and so LA has turned into Gotham City. And our kids, like Mark just said, they know they can't be punished, so they do unless they do egregious crimes, then of course they get punished. But they know that most of the time no one's going to say or do anything to them at all. Do you know what's funny? I actually watched a special about Apex. It's an African gang in Australia, and they were talking about that. And then I recently watched a newer video about it, and they were saying how it's rampant there in Australia, and it's very parallel to here in LA. And New York, like I said, even though we're polar opposite, we have extremely the same, like kind of the same views as far as New York and LA goes, as far as laws. I love how you just have an Apple charger hanging from an outlet. I'm a fire. Usually, you know what's so funny, Kilroy? You have an eye like I do. Usually I unplug that because I'm like, I don't want people to clown me. But that plug has a USB-C on it, and I have my tablet plugged into my computer, and I don't have too many USB-C outlets just laying around. I don't mess around, Kilroy. I don't play. There's no fronting here in the Godless Sewing channel. I'm hanging on by the seat of my pants. Sometimes literally. I'm so odd bodied, I literally have to make my own clothes. Oh, that's I'm a rebel, Dottie. I'm a rebel. Oh, Pee Wee Herman. Pee Wee Herman has been all over the TV here. Oh, poor guy. Now they're reliving all of his angst and all the bad things, and it's like the guy passed. I am crazy with my charger. I always say the easiest place for me to find clothes in Goodwill. I always say the easiest place for me to find clothes in Goodwill. I'm odd-bodied, so I have to shop and recreate everything. I have a oddly long torso, and so I have to sometimes I have to buy a men's extra large, even though I'm kind of a large, but I kind of am an extra large. It's strange. Body types are strange, though. And that's why sewing's awesome, because once you figure out your measurements, like I did, I just started making my own clothes, and I never had that problem again. Especially when it comes to arm length. I have really long arms. Like, I have a really strange reach. And so I have to, I make my sleeves to a certain length. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to make a kofi for that one. Oh, this is not, oh, there we go. Just wonder what it was caught on. Beautiful. Probably the only guy who made an anti-crack commercial because he got caught speaking his mouth. Do you know, let's see. Oh, we're 3:10 into it. There is nothing what grown adults go to. We are 3 hours into it. If you're new to the Godless Sewing channel, I sit here and rant about life. I talk about certain things, but towards the end of my stream, we talk about the reality of life. And Paul Rubin was in a place where men go to cruise each other and choke their chicken. So of course he was shamed. But when those places existed in Hollywood, California, they were never empty. So it's ridiculous. The same people shaming him are the same people who are participating. We always bitch and sometimes stitch. Well, that's the whole reason I started doing this, because I do a lot of bitching. I figured I had to remind people I sew. When I first came into the atheist community, people, and you know what? Rightfully so, they would ask me, Godless Sewing, do you sew? Because they didn't understand the intricacies of sewing. And I do not get offended at that question. When someone repeatedly asks that question, then I know that they're just giving me a hard time. But oh, that's beautiful. The African gangs are so bad down in Melbourne that the whole suburbs get closed down when they're roaming around, and the police claim that there's not a gang problem. That's exactly what I was watching. And they had footage of these people walking around. Do you know what's really funny? Americans are vigilantes. We're like, send me there. I'll take care of that problem. Oh, that's so funny. You know what though? They're in denial like that here too, with all the smash and grab and everything that's been going on, all the crimes and everything. They're like in super denial here in California. And you could see it's not like jewelers are like, hey, we don't even want to open our doors anymore. And people are like, oh no, it's okay. And they're like, no, we're getting robbed daily. Like, what are you guys gonna do about it? You know? I'm waiting for natives to comment because I feel like, yep, dang Mark, y'all need you know what's so funny, native? That was my first thought was like, oh bro, like that would like see, but in America, we are crazy because we shoot each other. Like we openly shoot each other in America, and I don't think that's a solution. Like that's why when Mark said people were tagging on the police station, I said, oh, because in America, like you would catch a mega charge doing that, you know? I wish someone would tag up the police station. They would be a legend if they lived here in America. Yeah, but we have a bunch of telephone tough guys who couldn't run 50 yards but want to act like they're gonna save. Like they're gonna save the city. Do you know? I laughed so hard when I found out there's real superheroes around America. Where's my phone? There's a guy in Seattle, real. Oh, I'm gonna type in real American superhero and get the show. American hero, American. Let's see if it pops up. Oh, what's his name? Phoenix Jones. He's crazy. He's crazy. He like literally wears a suit and tries to arrest people. Oh man, that would he wouldn't last long here in LA. I agree with you though. Do you know what's so funny? It took me a while to like not argue with that type because I people who claim certain things and talk about things over and over and over usually are not anything that they claim. And it took me a while to get over that because I take people at face value. But people repeatedly tell stories and yeah, our right to defend ourselves was taken away when they tightened the gun laws. They made it so you must have a genuine reason to own a gun. So to limit guns, they outlawed self-defense as a reason. Ugh. They're trying to do that here. They're saying like, oh, if you have a problem, call the cops. It's like, what if? If you tried to attack a cop shop here, you'd probably be dead before the spray can was empty. Yes, because they would say, put that weapon down as they were pulling out theirs. America's crazy in that sense. It's so different from Australia. But in Australia, do your police officers carry firearms, Mark? I would imagine that they do. All right, let's try this vest on. This vest is huge. Oh, I'm starting to get I've been sitting down for 3 hours legs. It is good to stretch. Oh, because like in the UK, they now carry weapons, I think, as compared to when they didn't. At least in from my recollection. In the 90s, I've seen the Bobby and they didn't have anything on them. Oh, that feels good to stretch. Half of our police stations don't have anyone in them most of the time. Like Kilroy said earlier, like we have armies here, so it's weird to me that you guys don't either. Like we have literal armies of police officers. If they make one phone call, they could have 75 people there within like literally minutes. I watched something about the Emu Wars. That's actually really funny to me. We're 3 hours in and we have finished 3 projects. These live streams are extremely productive. I love this vest. I absolutely love this vest. I used to wear it all the time, but like I never finished the edge. So I love the way it looks now. And it's got, and I did need to add a little bit of color to it. Take away some of the doom and gloom on this thing. I'm like literally watching the live stream on a delay. It looks good. It looks good. That's 3 projects down. We need to take a break. Oh, where's my weird American Eagle patch that I ordered that literally was not what I ordered? So it is. I am a world famous Amazon junkie. Yeah, they carry a Glock 17. That'll do damage. That's a no joke weapon. A Glock. They're not playing. See, I knew in Australia they were armed because I watched a documentary on these rappers who were gang members who basically still are. Damn, you clocked it. I did. I wouldn't even do this much on a normal Saturday night because I would be sitting here, watching YouTube, just all up in the chat somewhere, not minding my own business. I can't believe I finished. I can't believe I finished that many projects. Let me go get that vest again. That vest is awesome. Oh. So I love cheesy I love cheesy American patches. It is something that's an absolute love of mine. That's one of the original Glocks, absolutely. That is like the definition of no joke. I actually like the way this vest looks. That's awesome. The gun range I used to go to ended up banning the police because they kept destroying the target frames. Apparently, a 2-foot wide and 3-foot high target was just too small for. That's funny, but not funny because that means they're bad shots. Like, oh, that's not funny. When the people like if the cops are bad shots, you gotta move. Okay, I want to see if I can find this patch. Oh, excuse me. I ordered a patch, okay, and it did not. I got the hokey version, and I should have known because it was on sale. I literally got the hokey version of this patch. It did not look like this on the freaking website, but because it came super cheap, I'm gonna keep it. But look at that poor eagle. Look at that poor eagle. Amazon is so hit or miss. It's not even funny. Amazon is so hit or miss. So between my American patch and my Land of the Free patch, it was pretty much 50-50 this week. They had a mega patch sale and I went crazy on Amazon. All right. Oh, we are productive here in the house of sewing. Holy cow. That looks like an upside down U. Poor guy. You couldn't wear that without getting laughed at, really. But I have a pleather. Well, it's leather. I don't know if it's pleather or leather. I think it's leather. And every time I put it up next to, like, this is genuine leather. You can hear it. When I put my other vest up to it, I don't know if it's pleather or leather, but because it's newer, it I don't know. I don't know. Leather is funny that way. Lund of the see, leather has a creak to it. Let me get it, because I actually have a pleather vest, and I still like can't tell the difference between leather and pleather. What is the difference between leather and pleather? Oh, that took a second. Oh, right. Oh, man, that took a second. Okay. So we'll see how far. Oh, yeah, that cannot handle having weight on it. This is faker than a $3 bill. You can tell just by looking at it. See how shiny and perfect it is? With no imperfections whatsoever. And like it's extremely soft. And this is real leather, and it's way more stiff. And it has that weird sound to it too. And again, I hit my light. Leather is synthetic. Leather is actually made from a cow's ass. Yeah, but they because it's a laboratory thing, it looks very similar. Like this is older than me. Its color is slowly returning to the brown because of course this was dyed leather. It's just funny that way. But would you wear pleather? Because I'll tell you, like, I'll wear pleather. I would totally, not this super shiny stuff that makes you look like a Toyo tire sign, but I would totally wear pleather. I'm not a snob when it comes to something like that. Some people are, some people aren't. It's one of those weird debates. Like, would you wear real fur? I don't, because of the upkeep and the smell. But I'm not a purist in that sense. There's a lot of people that still wear real fur, but you really have to keep, you literally have to have a refrigerator for your real fur. I'm wondering if I should go full Elvis and add that Egyptian piece on my other vest. I should take a break before. Do you know, House of Sewing, you guys should be proud of yourself. We've made 3 items this evening. Which I'd usually just be sitting here feeling sorry for myself, watching Star Trek and sewing. It's easy to tell if leather is real or fake. Just hit the edge with a soldering iron and smash. That's true, though. That is true. That is true. What are those really hard aprons made out of then? Like, I have welding aprons. I'm thinking about my next sew with me on Wednesday might be an apron, or I might make another tunic, or we should make a tunic and an apron. I need to write that down. I think next week, because I need new aprons for my job, but I'm gonna have to get a more of a dependable material. I just need stuff for like the Home Depot type, or I can just make a utility belt. It's been a long time since I've had a leather tutorial. Maybe. I don't know. All right, let me load these pictures. I know it's kind of a Monday night thing, but it's Saturday night. Let's go full Elvis, huh? So let me go to Twitter. Dun, 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 to Twitter. I'm still not over calling it X. I don't think I'll ever call it X. I'd use heavy canvas and sailcloth personally. I need something hardcore though. Exactly. I need something that's gonna take a spark. Or me falling off a tractor or anything in that realm, you know? All right. Y'all didn't say anything. My American patch did not impress anybody this evening at all. At all. It actually probably scared them. They're like, oh gosh, has someone finally lost it? Okay, that's the before of what it looked like. And oh, they chopped my tree. There's that. I'm not anti-city. I'm not anti at all. I'm not anti-people, but like they didn't even ask me, like, hey, do you want to chop down that tree that you've been watering for the past 6 months? Like, sure, yeah, guy, I want to chop that tree down. The artist formerly known as Twitter. Oh, it's driving me mentally insane. Kilroy is and I keep on passing the icon. What oh, I'm so old. The app, the picture, I've been streaming for 3 hours. I keep on going past the X app because I'm looking for the bird, you know? And so my brain is telling me like Skits is mourning my tree in the group. Oh, I need to move that. That's a really improper one. Okay. So let's go. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Here we go. I can't wear synthetics. I sweat like crazy and it melts in when welding and grinding. I layer. I'm so weird. I wear layer upon layer even when it's hot. Proper welding gear is real leather and thick cotton. That's pretty much what I have. And I have a welding jacket that I wear that has more it's holy. And not in the sense that people are thinking. All right. Share screen. Okay. So that's what my tree looked like originally. It was beautiful. And it's really watered this year, but it's not as pink as usual. But this thing, like, it's already bloomed a few times. And they have destroyed my plant. Look, they have destroyed. I've been watering this thing for months. And I didn't say anything because I didn't feel like being put on probation. Because what they do is if I had said anything to these people, they would have called the cops and given me a ticket. Even my cop neighbor who threatened them stayed inside. And you notice how, for as much trash as I'm talking, I took that picture from my front porch. Oh, my poor tree. My poor tree. It just makes me want to cry. Why the city? Like, look what they did to my tree. Look how pathetic my tree is. It's just so sad what they've done to my tree. I'm not over it either. The artist formerly known as Twitter. Maybe I should sew that Egyptian part on there, huh? Since this was a complete bust. I actually should pull out my leather one day. I have an extensive leather collection. I don't have any leathers, but I have really thick, tight woven weave cotton. Most welders just wear the navy blue thick cotton here unless they're doing really massive high amp stuff. I have a bunch of really thick cotton. And Kilroy, don't think I did not miss that comment. If it wasn't so buried, I would grab that thing. I wear it because it's canvas on the outside and it has a wool blanket on the inside. So that thing is perfect for 3 o'clock in the morning when you're walking outside when it's cold, when you're going to work and it's freezing outside. And yes, here in the desert, it is freezing at 3:30 in the morning. I can't, yeah, when I'm pulling out my leather vests. But I've been going through my closet and I have so many unfinished projects that we can have a ton of come sew with me. Oh. So what should I make next? Should I make coveralls, overalls? Should I make somebody tried to make fun of me yesterday for making a million jackets, and you know what? I might make 1,000,001. I don't know. The fact that it triggers people that I'm living my life in peace makes me laugh. So I might make another one. But what seriously, what should I make? Should I make more spans? Should I finally make that parachute? You know what's so funny? I've been talking about it so much. I am going to eventually end up jumping out of a plane in TJ. I am. And for anybody who wants to know, you really can as long as you have enough money. Oh, where did my Hawaii 5-0? I had my bell bottoms ready to go, but it's just way too hot for polyester pants. I have leisure suits, all kinds of old school polyester, but the weather, like where I live, like you will sweat your tail off wearing half of it. So I really don't mess with a lot of it. Oh man. You know what's funny, Kilroy? It's been a long time since I've just had straight black coffee. I forgot how much I like the taste. I like tasting all three. That's why I drink coffee like a child. I make the poor man's latte. I've been drinking coffee the same way since I was a child. A ton of cream and a ton of sugar. It's like candy when I get done with it, But I drink coffee like Janeway, so make a Pee Wee Herman suit. Do you know what's really funny? I was thinking about that. I really don't have too much gray. And when I was a kid, I am of that age where I would get up on Saturday morning and he would be on television. I am of that age where he was sent to entertain my generation. So, when Pee Wee Herman passed away, I kind of was like, "Aw." And like I said earlier, for people who clown him for going in a booth, you were never in old school Hollywood before they tore it down. And yes, this is late night sewing. You got to get up here in the big leagues and drink it black. I'm slowly getting there. You can call me kid on that sense. Hey kid, you gotta drink your coffee black. That is some like big leagues kind of stuff. I have been drinking the poor man's latte for over 20, like 30 something years. If I really think about it, it's like 30 something years. Well, I'm one of those people. I haven't been to Starbucks probably in like 5 or 6 years, but when I used to go, I would have my order ready. I need a what did I drink? I need a oh, that's right. I need a venti iced coffee in a Trenti cup with 2 ad shots and room. I was a mess. I was a complete and utter mess. Do you go through a pound of powdered creamer a week? No, excuse me. I got hooked on hazelnut, so now I obsessively drink the either the house brand or whatever that is. I can't even remember what brand it is, but it's the one that's like has the monopoly on creamers. Oh, I can't remember now. I can't remember because I'm not a snob. Like if my creamer is not there, I'll drink the house brand. I don't care. And I've recently went from French vanilla to hazelnut. And it makes me laugh because cafe mate. No, it's I might be Nestle. It might be Nestle. It's oh, it might yes, Kilroy. It might be International Delight. It's one of those. I grab all of them. When it comes to that, if it tastes like hazelnut or even French vanilla, I'll drink any of it, even the powder. I have powder as a super duper backup, but like, I stock coffee and pot, so I rarely run out, and sewing supplies as well. But it depends on the situation, though. Yeah, I obsessively drink coffee. But I'm trying to cut creamer and stuff out of my diet because I'm trying to live longer. And like Mark said earlier, in America, we are one of the only countries on earth that puts sugar in everything. And the fact that I already put sugar on top of sugar is my son tells me all the time, he's like, dude, you're chasing diabetes, bro. Like you're chasing diabetes. It's weird that Americans use synthetic milk in their coffee. We just put some milk in our coffee here. It's an addiction. I truly believe it's an addiction, Mark, because I like the taste. If you ask any American, like, why do people drink artificial sugar, knowing it'll eventually give you cancer? Because you like the taste, and and it becomes an addiction, and you do it over and over. Smoking, you know, it's going to give you lung cancer. As someone who eventually will be sitting here doing live streams with an oxygen mask, but people do it anyways. You know, life's funny that way. We're crazy, like America. As someone who's been around, like in other countries, they don't like in Mexico and in Central and South America, a lot of the drinks come in bags. So if you were to order a Pepsi, it comes in a plastic bag. If you were to order a cherry Pepsi, they'll put some cherry in your bag for you. We're very wasteful in the West, in a lot of ways. I've always had at least 3 months worth of coffee at times in case of a supply. I'm the same way, and I keep what I call my Narcotics Anonymous or AA coffee. It's my super duper backup, where I bought like 10 pounds for $5. Like, if there's another earthquake, I'll be making coffee for the whole neighborhood. I have percolators. That reminds me, where is my press? Because my coffee maker was struggling the other day, and I'm like, oh, bro, you're dying. You guys drink coffee because you like it. We drink coffee because we go to jail with quote of the evening. Quote of the I was told this morning. I was told this afternoon. It's a miracle that you never change. This I do not sleep at night. My ex-wife butt dialed me at 5:45 this morning. I picked up the phone. I said, "Whoa, is there an emergency?" She said, "No, I butt dialed you." I said, "Boop." I hung up the phone. When she came over this afternoon, she's like, "Dude, you have not changed." I'm a bear when I wake up. I need coffee. Kilroy, this is so true. Do you think it's an American thing? Because I know in the UK they drink just as much caffeine as we do, and they're not as charged as us. Do you think it's an American thing to be turbocharged? Like we run around like American gladiators from the 90s with our giant cups, with our freaking Stanley cups, with our full Stanley cups juiced of caffeine and and sugar. It's so sad but true. I am definitely one of those people where coffee is personality in a cup. And it's just a chemical drop. I think it's one of those things. But I used to drink a lot, and so replacing coffee with alcohol is a positive thing because I was when I and like I've made no secret of it. I quit drinking 12 years ago, and like so I've replaced it with coffee. I think it's completely an American thing. In no other country can you find a half gallon of coffee in under 5 minutes. That's weird to me. No, but in Canada, you could probably get something at Tim Hortons. You could probably get a giant, well, no, not like in America. Not like in America. I guess it is different. I'm trying to think because when I was in Mexico, there's no way on earth. In the UK, they just have smaller portions. They don't eat like we do. They don't have mega size like we do, you know? We are definitely super size me kind of people. And it also depends on where you live because like it's different in Texas and Arizona. It just depends on the state. I've been to Montana. Let me tell you, they know how to eat. In Montana, you could die of a heart attack in Montana. That's some good old down home fried food there in Montana, like good old mom and pop stuff. And in every other country, my is cup would be illegal. Oh, that's funny. You know what though? Like even Isaiah's air rifle that he has is illegal in Canada because of the amount of PSI, I believe. I think it's pressure per second or something like that. Like it's just crazy. Like and we're just tuned up a little bit more, but you could sell the same thing just tuned down in Canada. It's the craziest thing. I'll go the full 4. You know what? I put Elvis on the thumbnail. I don't know why I'm joshing around. I'll go the full 4. I will definitely go the full 4 hours. So what should I make next? I am so proud of team sewing. I watch I watch a YouTube channel. It's like called Surviving Narcissism. And Dr. C always says, "Hello, team healthy." So I'm going to start saying team sewing because assuming someone's healthy is just insulting. My coffee is so powerful, you could run 80 homes off of it for Do you know, somewhere in my mind, I think that the cream and sugar offsets that. I'm weird where I want to taste I want to taste the coffee and the creamer and a lot of that stuff. Oh, Gilroy, Dr. C has changed my life. I watch Dr. C at work, and there's someone I work with that is in his 60s. One day he's like, I agree with Dr. C. He's full Fu Manchu biker scary dude. He looks at me and he's like, I like Dr. C. I agree with Dr. C. It's my guy. That's my guy. That guy has like really helped me out. When I wake up, my brain goes on strike until I'm at least. Thank you. I'm the same way. My father was a Vietnam vet, and there was a rule that no one spoke until he was speaking to you. He would wake up and smoke and smoke. And like I grew up in a house of silence in that sense. I'm the same way. I'm the same way. Gilroy, come on, let's be real. I buy oversized cups because I don't want to get up and walk the like 11 feet or 12 feet to the coffee maker that's in the kitchen, or however far away it is. It's literally like that way. It's not even that far. And I had a Keurig in here, but let's be real, the Keurig wasn't strong enough for me. The Keurig, I say this jokingly, it was a hand job. I could have done it by myself. Like I could have get a press and make it 10 times thicker. So I don't mess with the Keurig anymore. And now I know why the person gave it to me for free, because they drink strong coffee too. I'm only on my 6th or 7th cup for the day. That's why last week, Gilroy, when you noticed the combination of me being on edibles, really, it was a combination of the coffee and the edibles. They set me off like a rocket. That's why everything felt so like time slowed down in a weird way. I did a 6-hour stream on edibles. I just keep my coffee pot right next to me at all times. I think I had one in here, but I got less stuff done. It was the strangest thing. It was absolutely the strangest thing. So no matter how I planned it, that's true though. I had the Keurig in here, and the Keurig is weak. Those pods just didn't do it for me. I would need like 4 or 5 of them to get going. And I don't know. Maybe I'm a coffee junkie, but because I've been drinking coffee so much, I'm like, in the vein, sir, please. I'm in the IV line at Starbucks. I literally always have coffee made. I'm the same way. I kind of look at it as a sign of depression if I don't have I'm weird. When I cook dinner, I love that smell of coffee, and like my house smells like a restaurant. Basically, it's because my house smells like a restaurant. I love that smell. All air rifles are clarified as firearms here, and they require the same category license as a 22. I have a collection of air rifles all the way from the 70s up until modern times, when we were buying Isaiah modern air rifles. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's so crazy. I took my glasses off. I forgot about that. I used to know that, because when I was going to move to Australia, I was going to have to turn in every single one of my firearms to a club or get rid of them, which at the time I was willing to do. And I'm glad I didn't move, but I would also have to do the same thing with my son's air rifles. So every country does have different laws depending on what it is. That's crazy. And the only reason I even know about the air rifle is because I looked it up one day out of boredom on YouTube, and then I saw a bunch of videos about how it's illegal in Canada, and I said, we literally play with this thing in the backyard. We're shooting tin cans in the backyard, I figured out that the smell of McDonald's is literally black coffee plus fried potatoes. Ask me how I figured it out. I love that smell too. I love that. I'm addicted to McDonald's breakfast. I'm man enough to admit it. And because I was raised by boomers, I still walk into the physical store. I know that's strange to people, but like, especially when I have to be at work at like 3:45 or 4, at 7 something in the morning, I'm going to the McDonald's and walking right into it. Oh, Kilroy, we have now re-entered the food portion of the stream. Oh, that's funny. I quit trusting the drive-thru. I got screwed too many times. I was raised by an individual who said that, and so because of that, I go in every time. Every time. My son thinks I'm mentally insane, but I have the exact same frame of mind as you, Kilroy. And that way you can be like, bruh, like, hey, and plus, like, I'm around picky eaters and people that have like certain requirements and this and that. I don't want to, and take this off. You're halfway down the highway and you realize they messed up your order. But when you're in the store, you can actually correct it, I drink instant coffee, so I keep making more. Do you know, Mark? I said this before. When I lived with my ex-wife and her step and her parents, her stepdad was obsessed with instant coffee. I got hooked on it. I have some instant it's either Nescafe or Nestle or Folgers. I'm hooked on it. I now that you said something, now that you said that, I'll probably make a cup later. Instant coffee is strong too. A lot of people are snobs. Instant coffee is so strong. I'm definitely not a coffee snob. I am one of those people who no matter what it is, I will if it tastes if it's leaded, as the saying goes, I'll drink it. Man, I have not said that in so long. Is this leaded? I have not said that in forever. Oh, I'm one of those people though that I fall into certain routines and like right now I'm in the like yuppie routine of getting up early and going every day, but I miss drinking instant coffee. And I feel like getting different things, so I like looking at the menu. I don't know if I need glasses or what, but drive-through menus are hard for me to read, but the menu in the restaurant is easy. And also there's less pressure. When you it's different. Like when you're in the drive-through, like right now, if I was to go into a drive-through by my house, there'd be no one behind me, you know? But if you're there during rush hour, people are like, "Bro, you better know what you want because I only got a half an hour to get back to work." I'm a and also like I can't walk and eat. I'm not one of those people that can walk and like and in my car, the seatbelt weirdly sits above my esophagus because I'm odd bodied, so I do not eat in my car and drive. I do, but I like weirdly pull over. I'm so strange. I'm odd bodied. I won't. I want to get another air rifle. I need a good little one, iron sights to train Enzo how to shoot and be safe. Absolutely, that's exactly what I did for my son. That's exactly what I did for my son. We had a bunch of old school 1970 ones, but they were a bit too powerful, and they made a hiss every time they would fire. So we got him more of a BB gun, and he loved that thing. He was obsessed. We got him a Red Ryder, and he never shot his eye out. Contrary to popular belief, it's a great movie, but it's a fairy tale. He had a Red Ryder BB gun, and not once did he shoot his eye out. I'm one of those people where I'll eat in my car, but I won't eat while I drive. I just have the car parked and have the AC and the radio going. Same. Same. I can't eat and drive. It's the weirdest thing. Even when I go to Vegas, there is a very famous Jack in the Box literally in the middle of the Mojave Desert, and it always gets 5-star reviews because no one goes there and they make everything fresh. So I always stop at that Jack in the Box and eat there and like literally sit down. And they're turtles. They take so long. Like an average Karen would have a heart attack, but it's the best food ever because everything's made from scratch. Well, not from scratch, but everything's fresh. Drum firearm safety into them when they're little and it becomes a lifelong habit. Absolutely. We still go to the range all the time. All the time. It's important to teach people how to know what they have too. I agree. And I think that's part of the problem in today's world is that people are scared of things that they're uneducated about. And then they want to like make laws and legislate. And it's like, no, we used to live with these things in peace. That's why I like going to McDonald's at 2 a.m. back when they were still 24 hours. I get everything fresh. Same. Same. Do you know what's really funny? Because of my hours, I really don't conduct a life on normal hours. And so, like, when I go to a fast food place during the day, I'm like, what is this crud that they're serving me? Because I'm so used to being there at 4:30 in the morning or at like, just at the oddest hours when they're just making it for you right then and there. And because the prices are so jacked up, I look for the places where no one's at. And unfortunately, it's usually Carl's Jr. because Carl's Jr. is so expensive. And let's be real, here in California, like I said this the other day, and Phoenix slammed me for it, but it's true. An 8-piece of Popeye's chicken is with coleslaw, because I'm addicted to coleslaw. Clown me for it. I don't care. I love coleslaw. It was $34 at Popeyes in California. A long time ago on Twitter, I saw this thing in Black Twitter where this guy was like, California's Popeyes has lost its mind. I said, that's not real. I went there. It's real. It's real. They have lost their brains. That's why I like getting the double cheeseburger too, because nobody orders them. So they guarantee getting a piping hot first burger. Excuse me. That's the key. That is definitely the key. It's always I would imagine though that where you live, Kilroy, is fast food still affordable? Because quite honestly, I was having this conversation with somebody today. We now go and sit down at restaurants because there's no difference between the McDonald's price and a good like restaurant. Like I'm addicted to a burger called the Widowmaker at a place called Claim Jumpers. It's cheaper than McDonald's. It's cheaper than a Big Mac, and you get a burger that's literally called the Widowmaker. And because of inflation, it's cheaper here. I don't always make coleslaw, but when I do, I make like 3 gallons of it and go. Same. I'm obsessed with it. I got told that's not an African American thing, and I'm like, I don't care. I'm addicted to coleslaw. I grew up in the suburbs. I was recently told that it's not a thing, and I'm like, I don't care. I love coleslaw. I went to McDonald's last week, got 2 double burgers and a basket of fries for $8. That would have been like 16 or 17 bucks here. Isaiah has very specific orders at every restaurant. Okay. He'll get like a double cheese. No. What does he get at McDonald's? It's been so long. But just his order last time, he ordered a combo plus a cheeseburger. It was $20, just his order. Just his order. If they hiss, then they just need a new seal. The seal at the chamber is easy, but if the leather seal on the piston goes south, it's a real hassle dealing with the big spring. I agree. But I have like some really old air rifles that resemble real Winchesters. That's back when you could make an air rifle resemble a real gun. Now it's literally against the law, where they have to have yellow tips or they have to have markers showing that they're not a firearm. So it's like the ones that I was talking about were hissing are about 10 years older than I am. And I inherited them. Sometimes lubing the seals work too. The seals can be good, but they just need Vaseline. Man, don't make me go get that thing. I'm scared of getting a copyright strike. I could go grab that thing. It's so old and broken. Like you could get one double cheeseburger here for $8. Okay. So where I live, we have this debate all the time. We go to fancy restaurants now. We do, because what's the point of paying $14 for McDonald's when you can go and sit down and get a side, a salad, somebody's nice to you? I used to talk trash about American urban engineering, but I love the restaurants. I love Claim Jumpers, Wood Ranch. Wood Ranch is just fancy chain barbecue. I love all those. Olive Garden. Don't get me started. and they're cheaper than McDonald's nowadays, which is really sad. Because I thought people were just tripping on Twitter. I thought they were just telling funny stories. I was like, oh, okay, you're just telling stories. No, they're not, you know? It's the craziest thing. Oh my gosh. Because on the internet, I believe nothing I see on the internet until I have like 4 cosigners and a reference. So when I see something on Twitter, I take it with 5 pounds of salt, not a grain of salt, like 5 pounds of salt. It's crazy that way. Oh. So, team healthy, team sewing. Kilroy, I think that's amazing that you watch Dr. C. I think that's absolutely amazing. The thing I like about fast food, though, is that one of the last places you can be a complete heathen at Olive Garden, you gotta behave. That is true, but like if you really think about it, like you could get like for that same money you spend at McDonald's, you can get a gallon of pasta. A gallon of pasta. Come to California, I'll take the Olive Garden. I dress like this and go to Olive Garden, and I walk in with a bunch of people that are dressed like me, and they treat us like gold, and they get us out of there fast because we're scaring the other customer. You'll have a blast. Cheesecake Factory too. They put one in my town. I became addicted to it, and then it went out of business because of COVID. I became addicted to the Cheesecake Factory. And again, it was cheaper than fast food. For the longest time, people that used to stream with me, I had a pizza habit. And then I started doing the math. And I also eat kind of slow. So at a sit-down restaurant, I kind of feel pressured to get a stomach ache. But at McDonald's, you can take all the time you want. Gary, you and I am a slow eater. I've been shamed for being a slow eater. I'm a slow eater. You'd be fine around here. It's funny that you would say that. I haven't met too many other people. I like to digest my food. Not in California. They will kick your ass out. Hey, Von Rek. How are you? How are you? I'm addicted to the Cheesecake Factory. No, man, I walk in there with vests and they don't say anything to it. Like they're so good to us. Like they are so, at least here in California. That's why I'm biased. Like because we have mega dress codes here in California and people are so good to us. Like I walk in, well, a lot of the time it's because I walk in with my son and my mom and they're like, all right, this guy, he's got cosigners. Yay. Yay, awesome, Vonra. Good to see you. Good to see you. I like your did you change your avatar? I love it. I absolutely love it. We've made 3 items this evening. That's why I'm sitting here because like I'm shocked we got done so fast. And I'm going off about how inflation has killed my dining experience. I was addicted to fast food and now I've had to step up my game because it's cheaper to sit at a fancy restaurant. And it does depend on the place. Like if I went to the Cheesecake Factory on 3rd Street, the super yuppie one, they'd go off. I've literally sat down at McDonald's, read a book all day. Okay, this is the one thing I miss about my 20s. I used to do the same thing. Like when I would surf, when I was just a feral human, that's why I was so biased towards places like McDonald's, Starbucks, because they always had an open door policy. I would write dissertations at a Starbucks, sit there for hours, charge my phone. No one would say a word to me. You know, nowadays they kick you out. Also, ever since COVID, we no longer have, at least here where I live in California, nothing's open 24 hours anymore. I used to go shopping at 2, 3 in the morning because I would be left alone. You know, I would go to my local grocery store at 2, 3 in the morning, and they were wide open. You can't do the Big Lebowski at Ralph's anymore here in California like you used to. I literally have the Big Lebowski theme song stuck in my head now because I'm thinking about the Big Lebowski at Ralph's. You can't do that anymore. It's so sad. Yeah, I've had a new design made up. I love it. Absolutely love it. One time I took a deck of cards and played solitaire. I'm telling you, I miss those days. Now everything is so industrial. They want to rush you out. They do. But it's different though. Like we have a local Mexican restaurant that we go to. They are so good to us. They are so good to us. Every time we show up, I could show up with 12 people or just 3 people and they treat us the same. I absolutely love those people. Well, that and I'm a heavy tipper, so people are like, "Oh no, this guy gets a seat. This guy gets a he gets a booth next to the kitchen." But because I worked fast food jobs all throughout my 20s, I'm a heavy tipper. And now because the economy is so bad, we have a tip jar everywhere. It used to be almost like against company policy, but now they have tip jars at McDonald's, at Wendy's. I'm like, where are my ones? Where's my five? Not where I'm at. You can still sit in front of fast food places all day here and they don't care. It's so strange here. People have become so procedurally driven that you can no longer mind your own business. Everybody's on such high alert and staring at each other and so worried about what the next person's going to do that they really don't like. I don't want to say body autonomy, but personal autonomy has kind of disappeared because people feel they have the right to others because of the information era. Yeah, I have that problem as well. I tip well, and folks want me to come back. Exactly. There was a pizza place that kept on messing up, so I stopped using them. The owner called my phone. I'm sitting at work, and I'm like, and everyone at the job was like, "Who's that?" And I'm like, "Dude, that's the owner to the pizza place." Because he was like, "Dude, one of my best customers is dissatisfied. Like, what can I do to rectify this situation?" I respect him. And the truth is I really don't even use this company anymore. It's sad but true. I'm a heavy tipper because back in my early 20s, I worked fast food jobs. I was like living in my car, couch surfing. I was down and out. And those tip jars, when I had jobs that had tip jars, those like kept me afloat. Because that extra 15, $20 a day, or even $7, $8 a day, that helped me out. So I'm a heavy tipper, especially pizza though. Like, I've recently gave a $25 tip to the kid, and he looked at me. And he's like, "Thank you so much." I took extremely well. 25 is my minimum. Absolutely, absolutely. I know how. Like, I just know how it is. Let's be real. I just know how it is, and like people are struggling right now. People are really struggling right now. And like where I live, it's so sad because I see senior citizens now working at Del Taco, McDonald's, the gas station, because no one's retiring anymore. No one. And it's really sad to see somebody who's like 75. Don't let me get a 75-year-old pizza delivery driver. I'm gonna make the news. I'm like, "What do you need, sir? Do you need a new car?" Like, it's crazy here. It's so sad. It's so sad. The only place cheaper than Macca's, oh, I know that one because that's McDonald's. That's what they say in Australia, is the Chinese restaurant. They're about $10 a plate, but anyone else is about 25 plus. Do you know what's funny? Because everything is so expensive here, that's like considered cheap, Mark. That's crazy. It's like here McDonald's competes with everybody else. It's like what's that movie? Demolition Man. I tend to tip between 25 and 30%, but I was doing that before COVID. True. Me too. I feel, except for people at Starbucks. People at Starbucks, they make a killing in tips. When I worked at a Starbucks in West Hollywood, I got rich off, well, for being a 20-something-year-old kid. Especially nowadays when there's a bunch of entitled people who don't tip because they disagree with tipping as a concept. So they stiff Joey or Julie who rely on those tips. I can't watch those DoorDash videos when people don't tip. No wonder that dude threw your food, bro. Do you know how much gas costs? Do you know how much like I drive like my son's obsessed with Little Caesars. I don't like it, but I'll eat it. We go there and people DoorDash Little Caesars. And that's like, literally they still have $5 pizzas at Little Caesars in California. We don't tip in Australia. We just pay wait staff a decent way. Oh, Mark, it's been a long time now. We're in America, everyone's below the poverty line. That's why people freak out when they find out where I live. Like, um, it's all nepotism where I live. Everyone here has a house because of mommy and daddy. But in California, you have to make at least $200,000 a year to survive, and the average person makes $30,000 to $40,000. So, like, I don't know how people do it. DoorDash, Little Caesars, that's the lazy. Thank you. Um, I always take like I'm like doing this motion. I take my beater truck up there, and it's too big for the parking lot. So Isaiah and I park around the corner, and we walk around, and there's at least 2 or 3 DoorDash deliveries every time. Because we order it and it takes them a minute to make our pizza and they're making it fresh. So I'm like, bro, me and the kid can kick it here and talk for 10-15 minutes, But yeah, there's a reason I left California. You know what? Honestly, Von Rek, I'm not too far behind you. I'm man enough to admit that my paradise has turned into Gotham City. I am man enough to admit it. There's someone that I love and respect. He moved from New York to San Francisco. And he's been there for about 6 or 7 years, and he finally admitted that San Francisco has turned into a war zone. I could say it's all major cities, but California is just, I don't even know what it is anymore. And I live in the suburbs. Literally with white picket fences and like I wave at my neighbors. I still wave at my neighbors, but like California's changed. I'm the kind of person where I'd rather go to the place to the place anyway. That way, if they screw up, I can actually get things rectified. Absolutely. I grew up in San Jose. You know what's funny, Von Rek? That is the number one place as far as the exodus out of California. That was the beginning of the exodus. There's a town in Nevada that's literally directly across in Nevada that they started from for Northern California refugees, basically. So there's a whole town that just has came up out of nowhere on the Nevada side of the border because people are so done with California. I'll only ever visit California. I'll never move there. See, but that's part of the problem too, is that California is a transitory city. I'm sorry, Los Angeles is a transitory city, okay? So most of the people who live here are not from here. We get some of the worst of the worst. Or we get every person here moving here thinking that LA is the stereotype. I always jokingly say that we have some of the most beautiful people on earth working at Starbucks. We do. If you go to the grocery stores in LA, it's like that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, Last Action Hero, where the kid's like, this is not real. Everyone here is beautiful. People move here for the wrong reasons. It's so sad. My mother lives in Stagecoach, Nevada, which is just outside of Carson. Yep. I have a bunch of family that moved to Buckeye, Arizona, which is slowly like building up. When I was there, 10 years ago, it was like I almost missed the exit. And then when I went back recently, it's a whole town now. It's so crazy. To where my cousin lived, it was a half an hour on a dirt road, and now it's just all developed houses because people are moving out of California. And Buckeye, coincidentally, is like one of those pop-up towns because Flagstaff is first, but you hit Buckeye and you're like, holy cow. I do miss Arizona. I'm not built. You know what the funny thing is? I'm saying I'm not built for that heat, but I live in a place that has comparable weather. I lived there. If I ever moved to another desert, see, but I keep on I want to move to Nevada, but they have some of the highest crime rates in America. I want to move to Vegas, but Vegas is one of the most dangerous places in America. If you look up their crime rates, as far as cities under 10,000 people or some crazy statistic, next to Louisiana, they have the highest crime rate, one of the highest crime rates in America. My dream was to either live in Nevada, I'm sorry, in Las Vegas, or in San Francisco. And both of those places have completely fallen downhill. I keep on saying I'm going to live in a trailer in the desert. Let's be honest. I'll never live outside of Pennsylvania or New York. I had an ex-girlfriend who I kind of called out in that same sense. She was like, "Oh, live it." I said, "Okay, move out of Oregon." She refused. She just could not live in Oregon, you know. So I know a lot of people like that. I knew someone that told me they would never leave Gresham, Oregon, and that place is like the new LA. Gresham is a city or a town that's in Portland, Oregon. It's one of the last stops on the max. It's the Cleveland stop. Thank you for flying. That, you know what's really funny? When I say Amasquerda and Derecha, I am quoting the max in Portland, Oregon. The train in Portland, Oregon, they have everything they say, it's in English and in Spanish. We don't even have that here in LA, and we have an extremely high Spanish speaking population here. Where I'm not kidding, like every other, I speak Spanish fluently. Every other person speaks Spanish fluently here. And we don't have stuff like that here. Oh, I miss the max. It made me feel like I was on a Disneyland ride, even though I was just going to work every day. I think about that too, though, because let's be real, I've moved back to California 4 different times. 4 different times I've moved away from California and I've moved back here. So there was one time when I lived in LA, I had no connection to anything. I lived in Mexico, and when I came back to LA, you know, to crazy busy LA. So, you know, I totally get it. But the next time I move, I am never coming back. My thing is, am I willing to sacrifice not living near a beach? And I lived in Arizona. I can do it as long as I have a lake. Here in Pennsylvania, every piece of government mail you get comes with translations in 8 to 10 different languages. Same in LA. Same. We people freak out. I can tell when someone's not from LA because they go to our DMV and our booklets are in every language you could possibly think of. Every language. I mean, there's probably one there in Klingon if I really sat down and looked for it. They're inclusive that way. But let's be real, communication is key. I want someone to be able to pass their test. I don't care if it's in Thai, Spanish, Greek. I want them to know the rules of the road. So I'm pro the books being in every language. I am pro. I don't know. People, they come to my state and they whine and complain, but like, I want people to know the rules of the road. So please take the test. Hey, if they'll give me a license, they'll give anyone a license here in California. Which actually they will. If you're not from America, if you're unregistered citizen or you're just a general criminal, they will give you a license because they want people to have a license here in California. And it's not even complicated, and you don't even get they used to give you different licenses, but they don't even do that anymore. You get a real ID. The unemployment office, which I have been in quite a bit, has signs in tons of languages, and you can have an interpreter for your language sent to any state office if you need one. I think that's important because those people, I think that's important. People always say, "Oh, speak." You know, I used to watch this show. It was based in Australia, but it was called Houseos. And one of the main characters always wore a shirt that said, "Speak. This is Australia. Speak English or get the F out." No, I want people to know what they're doing. I don't care. Like if we have to have signs in different languages, I don't care, man. Like I want people to know that's a stop sign. Like. I'm not aggressive in immigration like people seem to be nowadays. But I came from I had immigrant grandparents who would tell stories about the trials and tribulations they did to get to this country. So it made me appreciate the sacrifice they gave so I could sit on YouTube. We have that here too, and it sets people through the roof when they find out. Yeah, you can get an interpreter here too for that. I've actually been thinking about volunteering for that because I speak Spanish. But most Spanish speaking people know what they're doing and everything's written in Spanish anyways. It's a little bit different here. I almost took a job at Disneyland because they were looking for Spanish speaking people because they were offering a large amount of money, but that was pre-COVID. And their offer has been rescinded now. Interpreters make a lot of money. I knew a young man that was African American that spoke Japanese, and he would take Japanese tourists to Hollywood. The man never has to work a day again in his life, and he still does it. I still see him all around LA. Like, he's actually famous around these parts, but he speaks Japanese fluently, and he's a rich man. He's a rich man. You're gonna So if you go back to my first stream when I started streaming again, I had a giant thing of pot tea sitting there, and as a rule, I will never get that high on stream again. Even with my weapon grade edibles, I was able to control myself. I was like genuinely nervous while live streaming. I will never do that to myself again. Yeah, if you're bi in California, you can pay well. Bilingual, get your mind. That too. That too. You get paid more if you're bi. You do. You do in California. You do. You get paid more. The agenda is real here in California. But you make a killing if you're bilingual here because it's, we have a lot of people that the funny thing is that guy was not bi. He was Oh, that's hilarious. You're more popular if you're bi here in California. Everybody loves you. Do you know what's so funny? When I start streaming, I always am like, oh man, I'm going to go for like an hour or two tonight. I'm not going to go that far. And then I sit here for hour upon hours. Must be bones in that weed. Oh. There, when I go to the dispensary, I tell them, like, I need the old man stuff. I need to be functioning during the day, and they laugh at me. And I've figured out what stuff to buy and what stuff will have me holding on to the couch, so I do not participate. It's the old man pipe hits really hard, and I recently just cleaned it out, so every hit is just like boosh, boosh, boosh. It hits you hard. It hits you hard. And the funny thing is, when I used to smoke Captain Black, I would sit here and just go and smoke all day long. But pot's a little bit different, so you have to back down sometimes. Because, like Snoop Dogg said, it'll end up smoking you. Oh, I gotta take all of this off. It is, the funny thing is, it's not even hot in here, but I get muggy. We'd always just put me to sleep. It's nice when I can't sleep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Lately, at my dispensary, they've been giving me edibles every time I go, and it's really been helping with my sleep. But the problem is I'm starting to build a tolerance. And so because I'm building a tolerance, I'm not touching them. because I want them to work because I don't sleep. And the other night I took one and I got full 8 hours. I woke up, I didn't know what to do with myself. I just sit here and smoke my pipe all day if I had the money. My computer room was outside. It's a privilege. Like I laughed so hard when Rowan from I forgot her channel, when she responded to me and she's like, she reminded me of course, the Yorkshire Sew Girl. She reminded me it's a privilege to have a sewing room. So I'm a privileged sewist. And I do forget sometimes that I totally I totally am somebody. I'm a lucky person. You need to get that weed that killed you. I don't know if they sell that stuff here in the state of California. We still have that sticker on everything here in California, says that this may or may not be legal in the state of California. Which the joke is everything's illegal here in the state of California. I was not playing when I said that I'm going full Elvis this evening. How much of a copyright strike do you think if I play Elvis? Do you think I'll get like a massive copyright strike? I've been watching old concerts with old Elvis. He was obviously on cocaine. Known by the state of cancer to cause California stealing it. That's what I figured, Von Reck. That's why there's a lot of stuff I don't play. I famously always say that I'm obsessed with the band Faith No More. Mike Patton is one of the greatest musicians who ever lived. If you play their music, they will tear your channel down. It's not them. They're not Metallica. It's the company that owns the rights to all their music. Metallica will come to your house and sue you. But so I'm like, I dance on that. I think you'd get tossed under the YouTube jail if you played Elvis. That's what I figured. That's why I constantly put on my other channel, I constantly test the fence. Because if they take that channel down, I won't cry. It depends on the strain of weed. Some puts me to sleep and some doesn't. I wish I could get a strain I had years ago. It was really strong and hyped me up. That's the stuff I've been smoking lately. And it works. Because I don't want to be sleepy, and I'm so ADD that it's so sad that like I'll smoke and it helps me concentrate. You would love having a dispensary because they give you options, and you have every option on earth. And you can actually say, okay, I'm going to try this and this, and then come back. If it doesn't work, you can try something else, and it's affordable. The dispensary honestly killed the market for drug dealers here because it drove the price way down for marijuana here in California. And so now people really don't deal with people anymore because you can just go to the dispensary and get it cheap. Good stuff cheap. Even Grateful Dead stuff gets pulled off of YouTube, and they explicitly said you could bootleg their music and do whatever you wanted with it. Good to know. Good to know. Because I have a weird tape collection, and I weirdly listen to a lot of Grateful Dead in my truck because it still has a tape deck. And yes, I am the real life Big Lebowski. Took my tape deck, man. They took my tape deck, my Creedence. That's good to know. That's good to know because I danced that line, but I don't want my channel to get taken down just because I wanted to put in a Jiffy Lube. Do you know I got a copyright strike from a Jiffy Lube commercial from 1978? I want to meet the person who actually owns these non-entities and be like, dude, is it that serious? Are you hurting so bad that you're gonna take my channel down over a copyright strike? Playing Elvis would get the stream new. Good to know. Good to know. I learned that lesson. I always taught, like a long time ago, I was on a stream with people singing. And it was funny how one person had a stream and they had thousands of subscribers and they didn't get a copyright strike and they would sing all kinds of stuff. And someone I know who had hundreds of subscribers got his channel almost taken down over a stream. Anyways, I got to go to bed. Glad we catch up with you live, my husband. It is so great to see you, Von Rek. Thank you for coming by. It was so great to see you. I hope everything's doing well. I'm streaming every Monday and Wednesday now. This is my last Saturday before the school year starts, so I figured I might as well come online and wolf. But thank you so much for stopping by. I just want a Yugo Simple Tiny, and the only computer in the car is a tape. Do you know I had a 1969 bug, and I kind of want that again because it was just a bona fide lawnmower. Have a great night, Von Rek. It was literally just a bona fide lawnmower, and I miss my bug. I miss Herbie because, like, my truck, even with my truck, it's complicated compared to like an old VW. That car was so light, like that thing could literally be picked up and moved by teenagers. Well, intoxicated teenagers. Oh, the good old days with Herbie the Love Bug. I still watch Don Knotts movies on YouTube. If you guys haven't seen The Shakiest Gun of the West, you're missing out. It's a free movie on YouTube. It is hilarious. You know, I might make that outfit that he's wearing in the thumbnail. Don Knotts pretends to be like this hardcore gunfighter. I don't even want to give the movie away because it's such a good movie. But I love those old hokey movies. And it's amazing to see the production that they put in those movies. I want to get an old bug and put a Chevy Big Buck in it. It would be a race car. That thing would be, you would be flying every time you moved a gear. Having a dispensary would get you locked up here. The police would make a fortune selling the weed. That's like Mexico's like that too. Everything on earth is legal except for explicit drugs because they want to sell it. Oh, that's so funny. It's weird. I won't even lie, Mark, though. It's still weird to me going to the dispensary and everyone over like 40 and 50, you can tell that they're like, pinch me, bro. Is this real? And I always jokingly say, LA is a dangerous place. You'll never see so many happy people than at the dispensary. You'll see two gangsters bump into each other. Excuse me, sir. Oh, excuse me, sir. Like nobody has beef at the dispensary because everybody's about to get smoke and go home and chill out, you know. I thought nobody knew who Don Knotts was anymore. I'm obsessed. Shakiest Gun in the West is my movie. I'm gonna wear that outfit, but like I was obsessed with Herbie as a kid. Here the cops just take the weed home. It's a new era here. I got pulled over and the cop told me, like, I when my car got towed in Ventura, the cop literally threw my jar at me. He's like, "Oh, you forgot your weed." It's a different planet here in California. It is a completely different planet. It's like what Oregon used to be. Oregon was a hippie happy place, and then then like the real gold rush happened, and greed took over, and everybody has property rights now. The cops have bigger concerns here in LA anyways. It literally has become Gotham City. So if you're calm and kind, they'll leave you alone. They don't like they're that's the one thing I will say. I am not here to endorse anyone, but if you live a life of peace, they'll leave you alone because you're not the problem. They're looking for the habitual offenders who will never learn. I think nuclear Godzilla has gone nuclear enough. I've been going for oh man, I've almost gone for 4. I've gone 36 minutes over from what I said I was, because I'm going full Elvis this evening. Yeah, the cops here chill out a lot because they've got places to be. Yep, things do, but they don't shake you down. Same. They're more concerned. They want to be on the papers. They want to be famous. Like they don't care about the a-hole screaming at his neighbor. I want to get an old bug and take off the body just to fit the roll cage. They're the easiest thing to turn into a dune buggy. The top, the body. Do you know what's really funny? People do that here and they turn them. Oh man, Baja buggies are fun. Those are fun. Maybe I should buy a project car. It's been about 11 or 12 years since I've had a project car. It's just you sink so much money into them. Excuse me, I used to flip cars until COVID, and everybody figured out the blue book value of their car because of the internet. You couldn't just tell people like, "Oh, I'll give you $500 for your 1969 Mustang" anymore. Kilroy, I want one so bad. I had a friend that I grew up my whole life. I've known her my whole life. And I hadn't seen her in 20 years. I saw her at the grocery store. She gave me a hug. She had this look like, "William, I haven't seen you in so long." The first question I asked her, I was like, "Hey, do you still have that white Bronco?" She had a 94 white Bronco. She had the actual OJ Bronco. I want one. So that's like a coveted car here. More than it being just a giant status symbol, those cars are big trucks. Those things were huge. That has the same size front as my F-150. The old 90-something Broncos were just Ford trucks that were morphed into a Bronco, you know. Those things were powerhouses. Oh man, I want one bad. But the kid down the street from my house is a bad sign, because if he's selling that car for $10,000, I couldn't find a Bronco for less than 20. People know what they have now and they want full value for it. Supposedly my white truck is worth 14. All fixed up. To me, it's my rust bucket that I love and I would never sell, you know. And I laughed when I looked at the blue book and it's worth $14,000. I couldn't sell that thing for 5 or 6. But because of the blue book, people look it up and they think, "Oh, my car's worth $14,000. I have to sell it for 15." It's a sad day here in California as far as used cars go. But that's the sign of the time. I don't blame the inflation is inflation. I don't blame anybody. I know that it happens when you live in a society. I don't sit here and try to blame the little man, the big man. I really don't care. Or here's another idea. Build one of those lawnmowers that people race around. I do have one just sitting around. I have an old John Deere that literally got decommissioned because we bought a DR, which is a giant walking mower. And the DR blade is, I think, 4.5, 5 feet a half in a circle. I got quiet, Kilroy, because that's actually feasible. I think I have all the parts literally for free in the shop. I walk past that John Deere almost every day. It's just sitting there collecting dust. I could do that. I could literally, Kilroy, that's a bad idea. We are almost 5 hours in. That is a bad idea that I could actually accomplish. A racing mower would be really easy to build, but I couldn't handle the bumps with my back. I think about that too. I literally have all the parts. Somebody was trying to punk me to sell. Well, punk somebody. My boss was telling me, "You need to sell that thing. Start making money off all your old crap." And I'm like, "No, boss. It's a John Deere." And that thing is so like 1990s. I remember it from junior high and high school. So that John Deere has been there long time. And it was there before me. Because the shop used to be ran by different people until my pops completely took it over. Because they didn't want to make it look too bad. And tape yourself racing it. I bet. You know what though? Like anything that is hillbilly that goes on anywhere else in America goes on here. People play cowboy poker. Literally, there a 20-minute drive from my house. There's an area of houses where people built the whole area just for people who ride horses. So you'll be driving and you'll see someone just clacking a horse on the freaking sidewalk. Oh, that water is good. So it is feasible. Kilroy, you got me going with the racing motor, though, because I do have all the parts. That John Deere has been sitting there for over 15, 20 years just doing nothing because we bought the DR. I wouldn't walk for a month if I rode a racing motor. That's like me and a horse lately. The last one I got on, I felt like, which was like 4 days ago, I felt like it broke my tailbone. But it's a young buck, and I felt like it was bucking around so much. I was like, I can't do this anymore. I'm gonna break my tailbone. I'm in my 40s. Like, am I gonna have to start wearing pads when I ride? He's so high that even water tastes amazing. Damn right. Damn. I have reached it, and it's still cold because my fake Stanley Cup is no joke. So it still has ice in it. Oh, that's even better on the second time around. Do you know what's really funny? I said 6 hours ago, I get so ripped on streams. I'm not going to do it again. I did. No, I bought a fake one, Kilroy. I went to Walmart. The real one's $80. No, mine's a Fanley. Mine is a Fanley. It's a fake Stanley Cup. This is a just an insulated painted thermos from Walmart that is shaped as a Stanley Cup. That is a total ripoff. The red ones, I bet the ice would already be melted. The real one, I bet the ice would already be melted. I refuse to pay $40 for a status symbol when I knew, because I live in Bootleg City. Because if I didn't find this cup at Walmart, I know I could go to downtown LA or even to the swap meet in the San Fernando Valley, and I could easily find a fake Stanley Cup. Easily. Because where I live, it's I live near a port, and so we can buy bootleg anything here in LA. Oh, excuse me. A mate of mine got a little go-kart that's supposed to have like a 125cc motor, and he put 1,000cc 4-cylinder motorbike engine on it. It's insane. I watched a video yesterday of a man who built a shoe car in China. Oh, Twitter or X will rot your brain. Steak. See, I can't even say it. Fake Stanley Cup. It's my Fanley Cup. I was so happy when I found this at Walmart because there was no way I was going to pay $80 for a status symbol. And the funny thing is, the gym I go to is so exclusive. Nobody's in there. You've all seen the footage. So nobody's in my gym for me to show off to. So there's no point to it. But there's no way I was gonna pay $80 for a cup just because I heard it on a podcast. Let's be real. Advertisers pay all this money for a reason because they know we're suckers. They know eventually if you say something over and over and over and over and over again, people will go and buy it. Especially Americans, because we are raised to be consumers. Honestly, Walmart has good stuff now. When I was a kid, they sold a bunch of junk, but now it's basically the same stuff without a brand name. I agree. I'm not a snob though. I'm not like I grew up on House Brand and Malto Meal. So like when my kid, he's like, oh, we need to get Tide and this and this. I'm like, man, get whatever doesn't make my skin itch. I love the Spanish soap. Like, I am not a snob in that sense, but I love Walmart. But my problem with Walmart, I could go there for a pack of lighters and I walk out spending $100. And the worst part about the one right by my house, they have a full stocked fabric section. So I had to like stop going there. I'm addicted to Foca. Foca is the bomb. Do you know what's so funny? Like all the time, people tell me, they're like, oh, you smell so good. I'm like, think it's my cologne. They're like, no, it's your clothes. What they don't know, it's the combo of the soap and laundry detergent I use and the dryer sheets. I think it does a better job than Tide. Exactly. And gets a huge sack for like what I did is one time I bought the Tide bucket. And then now every time I put the Foca in the Tide bucket every time. So for nine or $10, it literally fills an entire Tide bucket of soap. And plus, because let's be real, I'm gothic, okay? I wear black every day. Everything I wear has to be washed on a special cycle. And my kid's clothes too. Like he wears a lot of black because he reflects the house that he comes from. And so I'm constantly delicate washing clothes. That stuff's perfect. I don't have a problem with it. I wash jerseys with Foca. I wash my hats in it. I don't have a problem with it whatsoever. I cut the sack open with a Stanley knife and use a binder clip to close the back. I love that dramatic cut when I lean it over the bucket and I cut it open and it like spills out. I need to back off of how much I wash clothes. Like because I wear black clothes all the time and I'm sweating through my clothes or something, I'm constantly changing. And that taxes my washer and dryer. I'm to the point where I think I'm going to have to buy a new washer pretty soon because it's the bearings are out. And so it's like, I'm just waiting for it to die. It's going to be a sad day when it does. I want to build a proper dune buggy, but I don't have the time to build it with a little one. Maybe one day when Enzo gets bigger so he can help learn instead of. Okay, so what you do is you get him when he's like 8, 9, and 10, and 11 are those years where you're still the hero. My kid's about to be 14 and he looks at me like, all right, you pay the bills. But when you get them of that age where you're still their hero, they will help you build a doom buggy and then love it and cherish it for the rest of their life. There are certain projects that Isaiah and I did when he was younger, and he still loves them. So you got to get them when they're young, like we said earlier. But I'm not a Jesuit priest. Do not take any advice. I'm talking about raising a child and treating them well. Kiora, you got me going with that John Deere. I have a decommissioned John Deere that just sits there. And it's green too. It's John Deere green with the yellow decals and everything. We bought one of those new smart washers. I used to be one of those. I want a basic washer, people, but I love I was about to say I have a smart washer, man. I look at it like a knob. I sit there and stare at that thing like a freaking knob. I sit there and it's amazing to me. I was working on my truck yesterday and Enzo kept taking the spanner on all the nuts and bolts. I miss that age. Oh, I miss that age so much. Do you know, when Isaiah was younger, he didn't talk much. And one time, my dad and I, we had a smoker and we didn't know what we were doing. We put a smoker on a wood plank and he starts yelling, fire, fire. We had literally set the wood plank on fire. Oh, I miss that day. He learned the power of yelling the word fire that day. Oh, that's awesome. I absolutely miss those. I absolutely miss those days. Here we go. You ever try that Roma detergent? They sell that besides Foca, but I've never. Roma's bomb too. Same, same. But you have to be careful because I'm allergic to everything, but for some reason I'm not allergic to that stuff. But you have to be careful. But Roma is bomb. But I will tell you, certain thrift stores, they massive wash stuff in Roma. So you might get the like if you get a familiar smell, it's because certain thrift stores mass wash their stuff in that. I have to get my towel again because I'm doing party fouls over here. Oh man, and the ironic thing is Elvis McSewing said that he's only gonna go for 4 hours. All right, I'm gonna stop at 5 hours. I'm gonna stop. I appreciate you guys so much. I didn't think anyone was gonna show up. I appreciate you guys so much. Oh, but we've been going for 5 hours strong. I'm gonna stop at 5. I have sensitive skin. I love Foca. It doesn't irritate. Exactly. And see, that's my thing. I'm allergic to everything, which in an ironic way, I'm not allergic to imitation anything. So I will kill a box of tortilla pizza rolls, but I can't eat tomatoes. Bullshit. We were going 12. The day I get a stream catered by this one Mexican restaurant that I absolutely love, I'll do a 12-hour stream. I'm going to need like a 15-minute mariachi break every 2 hours. Every time I say this every time, but every time I've ever done like anything over 7 hours, I get hypoglycemic. And then me and the person I stream with, we don't talk for months. Every time I've ever done anything over a 7-hour stream, it is a complete disaster. I'm on 5 and I'm already stammering and stuttering. You should go to a Chinese buffet that has a dining room. You could rent and set up a stream there. Yeah, but like here, they're really impatient. I do 4 or 5 hour streams. They want to get you in and out. And if you eat too much, they'll kick you out or charge you twice. Like LA is no joke. I went to an all you can eat in Oregon. They had to roll me out. Like I was like in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. They literally had to roll me out. But in LA, but I went to this one place in LA that would let you take a doggy bag. Or there was this one place where it was like $5 for all you could fit in the in those plastic foam containers. Oh my gosh, it was embarrassing with the amount of food we would put in there. That's the one thing I miss about living in the middle of the city is like eating Thai food at 3:30 in the morning or getting like fresh Chinese food at like 7:30 in the morning. Someone makes it for you right in front of you. Enzo turns 2 on the 18th of this month. Aw, he's 2 days behind Isaiah. Isaiah's on the 16th. Aw, we're gonna have to do a birthday stream. Aw, him and Isaiah have around the same birthday. I want to go to a Chinese buffet. Aw, I miss having a little guy, but like my ex-wife had a kid, and so that's my baby fix. I'm like, no more for me. No more for me. Aw, I want to go to a Chinese buffet I've never gone. That I'll never go to again and see how long it takes me to get kicked out. You know what it is? If you come with big eaters, they'll kick you out. They'll kick you out. If you come with big eaters, LA is no joke. I went to this one in Burbank, which ironically was off of Kenny Rogers Drive. And there's a Kenny Rogers roaster on Kenny Rogers Drive. I don't even know it's there anymore. But we sat there. We had a good old time. We were there exactly at 2 hours. They started giving us dirty looks. The problem is I love buffets, but the one thing I love is the soft serve machine. If you have a soft serve machine, you literally will have to roll me out of there. Buffets are great, but let's be real, it's the dessert I'm after. Because I'm an American and I'm a sugar hound, like we've already established in this stream. If they have a soft serve, like I'm gonna eat 4 or 5 plates and then I'm gonna leave room for the soft serve machine because I'm gonna go crazy. Thank you, Kilroy. Thank you. I'm gonna get a bowl and put a cone on top of the bowl. Like I go insane when it comes to buffets. You know, we used to have a hometown buffet in my town, and like I used to go with my ex-wife and her entire family. I would take my family. I literally would not eat breakfast. I would not eat breakfast that morning. I would be like pre-gaming before hometown buffet. I miss that place. They tore our hometown buffet up and put up a Dollar Tree, which is so pointless. Oh, now I'm going to be Googling, are there any Chinese buffets open right now? Because I am alone and I am sober enough to drive. Oh, excuse me, total lie. I would not get behind of a wheel right now. I live next to a freeway. It's the cops literally sit next to the off ramp by my house, waiting for people like me to get inspired. Oh, well, I'm going to wait until we get to 5 hours, but I want to thank everybody here at Team Sewing. Do you know what it made me laugh, Kilroy, that you know who Dr. C is? I fall asleep to Dr. C. I love his live streams. It's just because of my crazy schedule, that's like my nap time. That's when I go back to sleep. But I love Dr. C. What is it? DRC, dignity, something in respect. Of course, I can't remember the middle one. Dignity, dignity, respect, and something else. I can't remember. I'm 5 hours into it when I only said I was going to be here for 2 or 3. But, you know, when you put Elvis in the thumbnail, you better go full Elvis or you're just yanking everybody's chain. And here at the House of Sewing, I'm not one of those people who troll people on the internet. I'm here for nothing but results. All right. It's that time of night. The Jello's jiggling in the refrigerator. The backup dancers are packing up. The band's packing up. I'm getting dirty looks from the waitress. It's time to end the show. Kilroy, you have no idea how hard it is not for me to. So tomorrow you're gonna drink a gallon of pot of tea and let the chips fall where they may. I'm not against that. I literally just bought a giant box of Earl Grey. And when I say giant box, I mean 400. I'm not playing. Earl Grey hot. All right. You have no idea. I've had to take all right out of my vocabulary. Like and don't you know. And you know what the funny thing is? Don't you know is not California, but I just say it a lot. I just watched the infamous video. What video is that? I ask. Are you going to be streaming tonight so I could come in and get in a fight with everybody in your chat again? This is where it becomes a disaster because like I'll stream for 5 hours, then I go into someone else's stream and go fully hypoglycemic. Don't you know? Sure you aren't Sarah Palin? It's that shirt. It's that shirt, isn't it? It's that shirt. And you know what the sad thing is? After that, my neighbor has officially moved and is now renting out his house. He is now completely renting out his house. And he lost a court. He sued me over that and lost a court case. And and you know what? Since we're 5 hours into it, if it wasn't for the trolls on the internet trying to get a reaction out of me, I would have never even known that video was on the internet. I literally won my court case because of people who hate me. I really want you to think about that. I really, really want you to think about that. And I'm going to tell you, you shouldn't care what people think about you. I have way worse videos than that out. And if you think that's bad, I got way worse ones. And if you care what people think about you, then you're not over 40. That's why when these chuds try to troll me, I'm like, bro, I have no shame. Like, you're just some sad guy on the internet trying to get clout off of somebody who's from a different generation. Oh. So that's swept up in a tidy. You know what? Honestly, though, I need to stop arguing with incels and people that live in a box. That's going to be my new rule. You have to have indoor plumbing for me to get in an argument with you. You have to. You have to have indoor plumbing and a regular shower. Not everybody takes the internet as seriously as trolls think. Exactly. And that's another thing. Like, man, when I turn this off, those people don't even exist. They literally don't even exist. And they're like, oh, I got one on sewing. Bro, I'm literally sitting at my house laughing at you. Like, literally laughing at you. Last night, Ox threatened to literally post the deed to my house because my name's not on it. And I'm like, bro, you must be broke as hell because you don't know how things work. Go ahead. Go ahead and dox me again. These guys that's the thing. Like, they think they have something on me, and I literally laugh at them. I feel sorry for that's another reason why I did this stream. Like, this is a charity stream because they need my attention. I feel sorry for those people. I really do. So to all those trolls, I'm glad I fed you this evening again. And if you should we're way over 5 hours now. So, Kilroy, thank you. Mark, everybody, you've been absolutely amazing. And just remember, if they're not talking about you, then you're not as hot as you think you are. Just keep in mind, I'm going to do a bunch of way crazier stuff, so keep your ears peeled. Like I always say, reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time. Oh, tomorrow I think Phoenix is streaming. I'll be streaming on Monday. I'll be streaming every Wednesday. You can never keep a good sewing down. Oh, and that's another thing. Recently, some hobo recently said that no, never mind. I won't say that. Just remember, when people tell you about yourself, they're literally projecting and talking about themselves. I hope everybody has a great evening. I'll see you tomorrow, and if I don't see you tomorrow, I'll see you on Monday. Rock out with your clock out. Always reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next.